Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to get my lines out. What is up, everybody? Sorry I had to get my lines out. We're a little late getting down here. Found me an arrow. Guess I'll take it home. Let's see all we got in here tonight. All righty. Give me a second, y'all. I'm going to go back and check. All right. I see James and Patrick. Big Mike, what's going on? David. Art, what's up, brother? Alicia, how's it going? 357. Lance. Jody. Melina. Big Slim. Dega. Lynn, thanks for coming in. Got 15 people in the house already. We're going to try out this Red Kingdom rod I just got done building. I might get a better stand for it real quick. That way y'all can actually see it if it gets any takedowns. Because right here you can't see it. Looks like y'all can see me better. I built me a new light. Give me a second, I'm gonna get another stand. So I am in some treacherous mud right now. The tree I was fishing behind or over top of is just barely out of the water now. So now I'm fishing back. Let me put this over here, we go see it better. Now I'm fishing in all the mud where all the water was up. All right. We fishing, y'all. Jeff, how's it going? Isabella. Hopefully we get some luck. And if y'all still can't see that stranger, oh well, yeah, you can. It glows a little bit, don't it? That's cool. That big, long, funky one right there in the middle is the one. I'm hoping to get it. I'm hoping to get it. I don't have much bait at all. Today has been beyond strange day. It's been a nightmare day. I only got about 10 minutes at my creek. I caught 2 small bluegill, 1 nice bullhead, but I had to cut him up for bait. I did bring a bait rod, so we're going to see what happens. As long as I get one tonight, a good one tonight on the Tech 9 rod, I'm good to go. That's all I'm worried about. I do have my strange music chain. I was going to do the music or the face paint and everything else, but I didn't get a chance to do all that. So, yeah. I might throw this bait rod out here in a second so I can try to get some bait. I do got a bunch of shrimp. I do have a bunch of strawberry and chicken and niche chicken and stuff. So we shall see. I actually have some people down here fishing about 20 foot down or 30 yards down from me. Normally there's never nobody down there, but there's people down there right now, so pretty cool. Now, as a bait right now, I have shrimp on the green rod. I have the head of the bullhead, about that much of it because it's about a 12-inch bullhead on the blue rod, and I got the midsection piece about that big on the Tech 9 rod with all the guts on it. So we're hoping that's the main one I'm wanting to get a bite. Raymond, how's it going, brother? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I made me a new light, as y'all can tell. It's put a little bit brighter out here. My ring light is all the way turned down. I found a new battery pack that actually runs it and keeps it down on low. But I do have me a street light now. I made my own. Now it only be good for about 3 or 4 hours, but you know what? That's 3 or 4 hours we can see what's going on. And I am floating suspended baits like I was in the tournament. I've got my bait suspended probably close to 4 to 5 foot off the bottom. I'm doing that with a bigger float. I'll show you the rig I'm using. I got this rig, this ball at the craft department at Walmart. It's a big styrofoam ball, and I've got it on a Stinger rig, dual hook Stinger rig, and about 6 foot a leader, 5 to 6 foot a leader line. And that's what I'm running. That way, when it hits, and I got about 6.5 ounces of weight. There's very little current tonight, so it seems like everything's staying where I cast it at, which is unusual for me, which is good because I casted this one, the Tech 9 rod. I casted it directly into a flathead hole, so we'll see what happens with that big old chunk of bait on there. Like I said, I think I need to go ahead and get my bait rod out because right now, if they start biting good, I will be out of bait in probably less than an hour. Well, unless I'm using strawberry chicken and shrimp, and I got enough of it to last for about 3 or 4 hours. But I wouldn't mind catching one of these little carps or something out here too. Give me a second to get my bait rod out. This is the rod I catch my bullheads and stuff on. All I'm running is about 3/8 an ounce weight and a little 3/0 circle hook. I'm gonna put a piece of shrimp on there and cast it out real close to the bank and see if something picks it up. I don't know what that is, but something just moved over here and it's now hiding behind a branch. I'm about to find out. I might use him too. TVA, what is up, brother? Give me a second to get this bait rod out. Yeah, this rod's staying right over where I put it at, so that's pretty good. I'm glad it is. It looks pretty though. He does shine and glisten. And you see how good she does. Got mud on her already. I done mudded her up. I done banged her around in the bag, carrying her down here. So we're gonna see. Don't do no good to build rods if you can't use them. So let's see how bad it beats them up. Got my bait rod out. See what heck? Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. I thought I was getting a bite. Bait rod's gonna be in the way of my Tech-9 rod. Move it out the way. There we go. Now I'm using my rod holders I've got built onto this, as you can tell, there's the tree I was fishing over in the tournament. I come down here, which I'll probably lose this spot because of it, because I've never seen anybody come down here and fish. But now we got some people fishing down the way from me. And you can try to get the camera set. My whole tripod is leaning. There we go. I now have people fishing down this way, which I'm not used to seeing. So now that they see that there's somebody down here, if they see these rod holders mounted to this tree, they'll be coming down here from now on. But it is what it is. I don't mind sharing. Of course, they're in my flathead hole. Where they're at right now is where I catch all my big flatheads. But the problem of it is, once you go out, you don't get your gear back. Speaking of gear, I've got to search this tree before I leave here tonight, because during the tournament I lost about 5 rigs, and they was all tangled on this tree. So I should be get all my rigs back, at least most of them. Now on the Tech-9 rod, I'm running a Rover 60, casting Rover 60. I got 30-pound red Cajun line on there, main line. I'm running a 40-pound leader, Stinger rig with 2 8/0 double action circle hooks with that big float on there to float it up in the off the bottom. The blue rod, I'm using a Ming Yang reel. It's got 30-pound Berkley Pro Spec blue, 40-pound leader, and I got on my green rod, I have a casting Rover as well, 30-pound mono, which is the yellow Berkley Big Game with a 40-pound leader. So they've all got stinger hooks on them, and all of them but the blue one are suspended up. I've got it as close to the bottom as I can because I don't have it out that far. I actually have it at about only about 30 yards out. I've got the green one about 60, and the Tech-9 rod about 60. This is only about 30 yards out because I know there's a lot of flatheads in this area, so that's what I want to use my flathead rod for. Yeah, that Cajun line is not a bad line. I've done pretty good on it. Sean, how's it going, brother? I'm doing all right. Be doing better if we start catching fish. Well, we just got here. We've only been live for 15 minutes now. So I'm just hoping my bait rod does something. I might want to move it to where it's got a better positioning. It looks like there's something bouncing the Tech-9 rod already. I wish I could get back further where y'all could see that tip. But unfortunately, being that it's right at 8.5 foot long, because it was a 9-foot rod when I got the rod, it was posted to 9 foot. It was broke off 6 inches. So I put a top guide on it from there, and it's about 8.5 foot. And since I don't have no bank right behind me right here, it's nothing but tree roots and stuff from this big tree I'm using right now. So I can't really back up the camera any to get any better angles. So we working on it. I might be able to pull this up this way here in a minute to where y'all can get a better angle. I can't believe they lost their arrow. They're gonna be mad about that, huh? See, we had a lot of bow fishermen up here that come through here. One of them lost their rig, their boat. And if I see them tonight, I'll probably stop them because Maurice, what is up, brother? Usually when they come through here, they're shooting the Asian carp. They either shoot Asian carp or they shoot gar, and usually they just leave them in the damn water. One, they get on my dang nerves, and two, that's bait I could be using. So if I see them come through here tonight, I might stop them and ask them if they get one, if they'll throw it up on the bank for me. We shall see. I'm gonna move my bait rod because it's sitting back like this instead of outward. Put it on the ground. Put it on the ground. Right in front of me. That way if something hits it, I can get it faster. But we gotta have bait. Now I promised my wife I wouldn't sit out here all night, but unless the fish start biting, so we'll have to see. Willie, what is up, brother? Thank you for coming in. We're trying out this Tech rod, Tech 9 rod, y'all. If anybody that didn't know about it, I just made a Tech 9 rod. And today, well, at least until midnight is Strange Day. I got my Strange chain. I was going to put on the makeup around my eyes and my nose. But man, it's so hot. I figured by the time I got down here, I'd look worse than a raccoon. I would look worse than a raccoon. Hog leg, how's it going? Now, unfortunately, if I get any fish, I'm going to try to let y'all see it the best I can, reeling it in. It's going to be hard to do because, like I said, I am behind this tree. There's not enough level ground down here by the river to set up a chair, to set up the rod holders, or anything. So we're going to do what we can do. Well, thank you, Sean. Yeah, I enjoyed making it. Took me 67 hours to do all the gold leafing, all the detail work, and I lost a lot of the footage. I thought I had recorded it and thought it was going and thought it was there, and then all of a sudden it was gone. I'm like, you know, where'd it go? And the videos were still there, but they said could not play in the format they was in. I'm like, I recorded them on my phone while they're in the wrong program. I mean, wrong program. But apparently they were. Sogo, how's it going? Thank you, Sogo. I'm hoping I have some luck. We just got out here. It's about regular normal bite time. I don't know how the bite's going to be tonight because I got this big old light behind me. That's why y'all can see me so good. And in fact, I'll show y'all that light, even though it's going to be a pain to get my camera resituated. But we do got a barge coming through anyway, so he's going to mess all the fishing up. So I might get a barge bite, but I doubt it. But I'll go ahead and show y'all what I did. All right. I got these posts right there. And what I did is I got a light on top of it. Similar to the one that everybody uses by Uncle Lou, that Uncle Lou sells. But mine's the emergency bulbs for your house. The rechargeable emergency bulbs. They will light up. They will light up anything and everything. I mean, they're just so bright. Problem of it is, they're supposed to be good for up to 4 hours. I've used them a few times, and since I started using them, they get less and less each time. So right now, instead of 4 hours, I get about 2.5 hours, and then they start getting real dim. And I've only got two with me, so I'm guessing we're probably going to get about maybe 4 or 5 hours, maybe about 4 hours of good light. 5 if we're lucky. But if we're going to have any fish bite, it's going to be before then, so we're good. It's now 10:17, so it is about prime bite time here. The fish usually don't start biting until after 9:30 around here anyway. So we'll see what happens. Now I was hoping on having some carp or something like that, and so I usually bring carp down here or a bunch more bluegill. But unfortunately, my creek ain't working too well. Like I said, I only got to go down there for 10 minutes a day. I got one fat, huge bullhead. I mean, he was huge. That thing was probably about this big around. He was huge, about like this. So I cut him in half, put a chunk of head about this long on it. Then I took a midsection about this long, cut the tail end of it off. John Oler, how's it going, brother? And I got it hooked to a stinger rig. So we're gonna see what happens. Now I haven't had much luck off a cut bullhead before. I have caught fish off of live bullhead here, but I haven't caught anything off a cut bullhead. So we're gonna see. Hopefully it ain't one of them bad nights because I want to catch one on that Tech 9 rod. Now I'd like to catch one before midnight on it. Here comes the current. Becca, how's it going? Yeah, he was floating through here. He caused all kinds of waves. Yeah, Willie, I'm in the same spot I was at last time when we did this last from 7 to 7. And I'm in the same spot, but the tree I was casting over, I'm actually using for my rod holders today. Waters went down quite a bit. Unfortunately, even though the waters went down, I still have the issue of it's too muddy down there, and behind me, it's the only the driest flat spot I could find. And it ain't too flat, as y'all can tell. I'm rocking in my chair. That's better. I'm rocking in my chair. But yeah, this is the flattest and driest spot I could find right now. So we're gonna hope it does something. Usually when the water's about this level, it's usually good fishing. It's when it drops lower than this that it gets iffy. Like I said, I'm not sure about the baits I'm using tonight, but we're gonna try it. I do have a double hook rig on the green rod. The setup is a stinger rig, but since I don't have no big chunks of bait right now, like I normally use, I got a piece of jumbo shrimp on each one. So we may get lucky and get a channel cat bite before it gets too late. Now I do know that after probably 1 o'clock, actually about 12 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, there will be no channels in this area. All the blues and the flatheads start moving in and the channels move out. So I'm hoping on catching a channel before then, because if I have to, I'll use him for bait too. As long as he's a small one. I'd prefer to catch a carp, a drum, or something like that. But I don't know how that's going to work or not. And I hate using carp. I honestly do. Carp are awesome fish. They fight like crazy. Lori, how's it going? They fight like crazy. They're a good fighting fish. They're fun to catch. But, if I catch a, 2-pounder, 3-pounder like this, like I had last week, I don't mind. I'll use him. If I catch any big ones, I'm letting it go. Bait or no bait, I got to let it go. Unless it's an Asian carp, which I haven't never caught one of them. If it's one of the Asian carps, I'm not allowed to let it back in the water. And then I will use it, but I don't see me catching one of those. And I'm actually surprised how weak the current is here right now. Yeah, carp is possible. Well, I don't know. I don't know if carp bite on shrimp or not. I don't have any night crawlers. Last time I come down here with night crawlers, that's all I was doing is getting carp. And I went to bring some night crawlers, and my local store where I get my night crawlers was sold out. I started digging through my yard through my garden, flipping over rocks. Couldn't find any. I did that before I went to the creek because I really wanted to go to the creek and have night crawlers there. But I do know the bullhead was tearing that shrimp up. The second hit the water, it was gone. Snake River, what is up? Yeah, it's the same way here. Catch and kill, Snake. Catch and kill. Told you I was gonna bring out the strange chain, baby. There you go. Skulls and all. Oh. I know it's a beautiful night. It was when I went outside earlier today. It was probably a good 103 degrees with the heat index. It was miserable. I was sitting in the shade at the creek. I was hiding behind because you got the overpass. I know y'all seen the videos of me fishing in the creek. I was sitting down there right where I was. The street is where they threw that bottle over. I was sitting right there at that street, right there beside the bridge, where the shade was covering me. Reef Robber, how's it going? I don't know if I said hi to you earlier or not. And yeah, I was sitting in the shade and I still couldn't breathe. It was that hot. It was really that hot. Now, green rock getting some love. It's just bouncing like this. I'm pretty sure y'all saw it before I did. Maybe we'll get lucky and get something. That's got shrimp on it, so I'm surprised my bait rod ain't getting hit. Unless they done got my bait shrimp off because I got it so close. I need to change the weight on that. Uh, on my bait rod, I've only got about 1/8 ounce sinker on it, which is not enough to do anything. Uh, Steve Adams, what's up, brother? Um, yeah, I used to have a Hatchet Man logo, but I got rid of. I got tired of listening to ICP. Uh, I still know almost every song they wrote from 10 years, 5 years back to the day they started doing music. But I kind of got away from them because my brother drove me insane with them. He started a little Juggalo posse, and when he did, he was in the Leo magazine we had here. They was talking to him about being a Juggalo. Had him and all his friends on the front cover, and then he just everything was Juggalo this, Juggalo that. I'm like, I'm tired of hearing it, and I just backed away because I couldn't go home. I come home from a 12-hour shift, and him and all his friends be over drunk and blasting music, listening to this ICP until I get off work at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and have to be back in at 9 or 10, and the next morning, and at 6 o'clock they're still blasting freaking ICP. I'm like, you know what? I'm done with it. Man, my battery's already dead in my blue rod. What is going on? What is going on? I just got out here. There's them cheap batteries. Cheap batteries. Can y'all see me better than y'all normally do? I mean, it looks pretty dang clear out here right now. It's almost like it's daytime. It's almost like it's daytime. Well, I guess I need to change the battery in the blue rod because if I don't, and we get a massive takedown, we won't be able to see it. Now I'm gonna check my bait on my bait rod, and I might put a bigger sinker on there, and we'll see if that does any better. Because right now, if they grab a hold of it and swim towards the bank, I'm not even gonna know it because that little sinker on there is so lightweight that it's just gonna go wherever they want it to go. That them little fish Willie was catching in the tournament, be able to move that little bitty weight. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and roll it in. That way, when I'm messing with this other rod, I'm not messing with it. Yeah, when I said I'm using a little bitty weight on my bait rod, I use this for the creek, so I got to change it out. That's the little sinker I'm using. That ain't enough to hold it still in this water for sure. Takedown, how's it going? So I'm gonna put a bigger sinker on it. Reset up the rig. Still got my shrimp, so apparently nothing more to this. Now to hit the shrimp on the bigger rod, so that's that jumbo shrimp, that raw jumbo shrimp, and it's out there about 60 yards. This is only at about maybe 20, probably close to 15. Give me a second, y'all. Let me get this taken care of, and I'll be right back with y'all. Change first and change the batteries on my blue rod so y'all can see if we get a takedown. I can see if we get a takedown. All right, for anybody that don't know what I was talking about when I said something about my street light, it's the emergency bulbs. That's what those are. You put those in your house, and if your power goes off, they're supposed to automatically come on. So that's a good thing. All right, find all my junk here. Where's my tape? All right, I gotta find out what I did with my tape here. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm not trying to shine the light in there and blind y'all. There it is. That ain't me. I can't make it bounce that way. I can make it bounce, but I can't make it bounce that way. Another bar is coming through, y'all. I can't make it bounce away fast. Hard to change the green wing, but one went out to the green wing do next. But he's got a miss all the way. Put it up on his tank right here. All right. I never thought, Ace, how's it going, brother? I never thought there was a day that would ever come where I would change up and start using a different hook or a different knot, I mean. But here, there goes my green rod again. Something's out there playing with it, but it ain't getting serious. Now watch, as soon as I get a chance to do something, start tying a knot on this one, it'll go under, go over. But I've always used the same exact knot, this little slip knot to tie them on all my rigs. Here lately, I've had to switch over to the polymer knot. I cannot believe it's that easy. I mean, I can usually do it with my eyes closed in the dark. So any knot that I can tie that quick and easy, I'm happy with. It's just getting this thick line. There it goes. He's smacking it. Smacking it hard, y'all. Hopefully I don't miss anything because I'm trying to pay attention and put this bait hook on. Now this does have 30-pound mono on it. Lisa, how's it going? This does have 30-pound mono on it also. So through this little bitty baby hook, kind of hard to get it through there doubled up like that. Yeah, thanks, Ace. It it was fun. It was real fun. I almost when I did that gold leaping, I almost changed my mind. I almost got halfway through it and resanded it down because, yeah, that was a nightmare. And that is 24 karat gold leafing. That's not fake leafing. That's real stuff. I wound up putting almost, I'd say almost $40 or $50 worth of leafing in that rod. Regs, what's up, brother? We out here trying to test out this new rod I just built. Hopefully get a massive takedown so we can see what she does. We're going to see. So far, the only bites I've gotten have been off shrimp. Thank you, Becca. Oh, I didn't tell y'all. By the way, I know everybody in here that's on my channel is on everybody else's channel. But just in case they ain't, anybody that's a mod, please feel free to share anybody's links y'all want to share. I support everybody. I don't care who you are. I support you. It's like me with my TikTok. I told my wife I'm about to start deleting people off my TikTok because I've learned some things on there. You got people on there that have, 1,000 followers that support them and come in, watch all the videos, like all the videos, go in and do the gifting and everything else. And then you go in and look and they follow 3 people. I'm like, I don't like supporting people that don't support me. Because if I'm going to support you doing what you're doing, then I feel it's only right you support me. And if you don't support me, at least support somebody else that's doing the same thing I'm doing. If I support you because you're a cat fisherman and you don't follow any cat fishermen on your channel, then you ain't worth following in the first place. Because that just means you think you're better than everybody else. And the reason why I say that is because even people like me that's been doing this for 35 years, just like with this nut, me switching over to the polymer knot. Even an old dog can learn new tricks. There is mud on everything down here. We'll get back down here. I might have to take the bait on that green rod. It's been hit quite a few times now. One of the gar. We do have gar in the area. I didn't think we did, but there we go. That's up one. Wrap right around the second time, bro. You can leave it hanging like I did. This thing's gonna be all beat up, nasty, and greasy by the time I'm done with it. Well, I gotta be beat up. I've got enough coat to clear on it where it can never change the thing. All right, give me a second. I want to check the bait on this green rod. That way I got keep on flossing the mud. I don't want to be fishing on credit. My credit ain't that good. Yeah, that's exactly what we've been having. I just fishing on credit. As y'all can see, I ain't got a debate one. So apparently kennel cats haven't moved out yet. I get to catch a blue on shrimp. So if I'm getting bites off of it, it's gotta be channel. Or gar one or two. I am floating suspended. All right. Now we are back. Ooh. Okay. Get that where I can see that tip and see what happens. Well, at least something's getting some action tonight. To the point, how's it going? Thank you for coming in, smashing that like button for me. Always appreciated. Yeah, like I said, I don't know how the fishing's going to be with me. Valerie, how's it going? Texas Tiger, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I don't know how good the fishing's going to be with me having this big old light up here. Usually, if I got any light on at all down here, the fish don't bite. I don't know why. Cool. I'll most likely be here for a while. Uh, yeah. They usually don't bite too good when I got the lights on. I don't know what it is. I guess because they're not used to having any kind of artificial light down here. Usually, when you're down here, it is pitch black. You cannot see 2 foot in front of you. So I think that's got a lot to do with the lighting when I put the light on down here. But I'm kind of enjoying this because I mean, I get to see y'all. Y'all get to see me clearer. Uh, I get to see everything. So if I go running to try to get one of my rods, I don't trip over stuff. Well, I might trip over my bait rod right here, but that's okay. We all need some bloopers in our lives. I might trip over my bait rod, but I can get a clear shot through here to get to anything I need to get to. I'm hoping we don't start getting a bunch of channel cat bites. Because if the channel cats are in the area, then the blues ain't. The reason why I say that is this stretch of water, I've been fishing it for about 2 years now, and I've noticed if the channel cats are in the area, the blues and the flatheads ain't. If the blues and the flatheads are in the area, the channel cats ain't. I've yet to see my beavers today. I know they're here. But as long as we land something, that's all I care about. I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping to land one on the Tech 9 rod. I really like to check it out, see what it can do. I mean, I know the rod was a good rod when I started with it. Well, it wasn't a good rod; it was a cheap rod, but it was definitely sturdy enough to hold up to anything. It was a heavy action when I got it, and now it's an extra heavy action. Hi, baby. Now it's an extra heavy action. That rod holder will bend before uh anything else does. Rachel, you'll be happy to know uh the only bites I've had so far tonight has been on your shrimp. So apparently the only thing out here right now is channel cat. Brian B, what is up, brother? Right now the only thing out here is channel cats apparently because I never get bites on shrimp with by blues. But that green rod's been hit about 6 times with the shrimp on it, so I'm just waiting for them to commit. And if anybody just come in, I am out here trying to test out the new Tech 9 rod, the build I just did. I got the strange music chain going. I was going to have the makeup on, but it was way too hot. Way too hot. I ain't sitting down here cooking like that. And I don't know why my camera keeps on going. It keeps on drifting. I'm not touching it, but it's drifting that way. And then y'all see the rod's great just like that and everything else. And I can actually read the chat from here. You know what? Let me try that. That might be why it's drifting. I never tightened this leg up. Bet you it won't drift now. Tighten them legs up. And if that is channel cat or gar, either one, we'll see what they do with the bait rod because it's got shrimp on it as well. Uh, and it's got a little 3/0 circle hook on it. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. It's got a little 3/0 circle hook on it, so a gar or channel cat shouldn't have no problem getting that 3/0 in their mouth. Now, it's the only one I don't have suspended. The green rod suspended by almost 4 or 5 foot off the bottom, about 4 or 5 foot off the bottom. The blue rod suspended probably about 3 foot off the bottom. I don't have it suspended, or 2 foot off the bottom, 3 foot off the bottom. That's my flathead rod, so I don't suspend it too much. The Tech 9 rod, it's suspended probably good to 5 or 6 foot off the bottom. Now, when I was out here Friday for the tournament, all but one fish that I caught was landed on that green rod. 7 out of the 8 was landed on that green rod. And I had about a 5 to 6 foot leader on it. So I'm running 5 or 6 foot leader on the Tech 9 rod with the best piece of bait I've got to try to make sure if any of them gets hit, that one does. If I could figure out a way to get the where y'all can see it better, I probably would. I mean, I probably could put it in the last rod holder down here and recast it out that way. And I might actually do that if if I have to change my baits out or anything like that, or move the rods around. I might move it all the way to the end where y'all can see it. God, how's it going? But yeah, I might move it if I have to, but if not, I'm just gonna leave it where it's at. And for my bait rod, I just got the little Zebco Boss Hog cheap thing from Walmart. The reel does not cast. It's a little 808, and I tell you what, that's the worst 808 I've ever had. You go to cast it, and it'll go out about 10 foot, and then it just locks up. You know, it would just lock up. Yeah, hey, she has Rachel has bad heat issues. She's had one major stroke, 4 minor strokes, 3 heart attacks, and the heat brings on the stroke. Um, right after about 6 months after she had her first stroke, we went down to Taylorsville Lake because a buddy of mine does bass fishing tournaments, and he had a tournament on Taylorsville Lake that weekend. And he told me, he said, "Y'all come down, bring the kids down. I'll take the kids out on the boat, take them for a ride on the boat." I'm like, "All right, that'll work. They'll love to do that." We was out there maybe an hour and a half, and she sit there and she goes, "Man, this heat is something." And her whole side of her face started sagging. We had to push her in the shade and try to get her cool off with some water and stuff poured on her and everything else. Yeah, she cannot handle the heat at all. It is pretty horrible. And I can actually see the rods real good in this one. The only thing I can't see is the Tech 9 rod real well, but it does cross over the blue rod. That's why there's a blank spot in the blue rod. So I should be able to see if it moves. So, and I've got my bait rod right here at my feet. So I shouldn't have to keep on staring at my rods tonight. We're going to try not to. Now, usually if I got a rod close to me, I don't get hit. They don't like it. They don't want me anywhere around it. The further away I am from it, the better. Right now, my bait rod is right here. If I lean over like this, I can grab it. My Tech 9 rod, I will have to stand up to get it. I had to take about 2 steps to get it, about 4 steps to get to the blue one, and about 5 steps to get to the green one. So maybe they're far enough away. Far enough away. Got 29 great people in the house tonight. I think it might be a record. I think it might be a record. I normally only get about 20, 22 people come in, and I've already had 29 people. That's probably a record for me. That just shows how great the catfish community is. I'm 29, see, even better. That just shows how great the catfish community is. And I gotta get out of that. I gotta get out of that staring at my rods. It's just one of those habits that I've done for years. I can lock in and focus on them for hours straight and not take my eyes off of them. Rex, how's it going, brother? Thank you for coming in. But yeah, I can usually focus in on them for hours and just wait. But I gotta get out of that. 29 and 37 thumbs up. Thanks, Lance. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, that's probably, like I said, that's probably what record for me. I usually don't have that many people come in my streams because one, I don't advertise. I was gonna come in and do a big thumbnail for this and make a big to do out of it, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know. Almost didn't make it out here. I almost did not make it out here. I got up this afternoon. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to the creek, get me some bait. As soon as I got up, get ready to go to get bait, I had to leave and take my son's girlfriend to the doctor because she got sick, so we had to take her to the doctor, get her checked out. I dropped her off. I went right to the creek. 10 minutes after being in the creek, I had to leave to go pick her back up. I'm like, now I ain't got time to catch bait. I just got to use what little bit I do have and go. I did not get a chance because I was gonna make a big fancy thumbnail. I was gonna come out and put on the Tech Nine makeup around my eyes, black out my nose, but didn't have time for none of that. This is one of those. I made it. I'm here, and I'm like, Uncle Lou, how's it going? Thank you for coming in. So far, the count is 0. Uh, the only bites I've had so far tonight has been on the green rod and it's been on shrimp. They smacked it a few times, but they're just small taps. They're like that. They're not actually takedowns. So I'm hoping that changes. I really won't mind if that green rod don't move at all for the next hour, as long as the Tech 9 rod and the blue rod starts moving, because then I know the blues have come into the area, the blues and the flatheads, which is what I'm waiting on. Because this right here, this whole area is full of blues and flats. There's flatheads everywhere out here. Usually I can't come out and do one live without either hooking a flathead or getting a nice takedown by a flathead. And usually you can tell it's a flathead because that sucker will do like this before it goes down. Then all of a sudden it just drops. Hog Leg, how's it going? I don't know if I said hi to you earlier. But yeah, as long as that green rod's bouncing with that shrimp on it, we in channel cat territory. And if that's the case, I'll have to switch some of my rods, one of my other rods over, which I'll probably use my flathead rod, my blue one, switch it over, and change it up and put on some shrimp on it also. And like I said, I do have some strawberry chicken, some strawberry garlic chicken. I think I have some anise chicken. They were frozen. I actually just grabbed them out of the freezer before I come down here. I mean, literally, they were still frozen. I pulled them out of the freezer, threw them in a bag, and I ran down the hill. Of course, they had been sitting out here for about an hour now, a little over an hour, hour and a half. So they're probably thawed enough to use them. But if I don't have to use chicken, I prefer not to. Now I've been using strawberry chicken for almost 20 years. We used to use it all the time when I was a pay lake fisherman. And in some of the stock public lakes that we have here, it works great. It honestly does. Strawberry chicken works phenomenal. The last 5 or 6 times I've had it out here at the river. How's it going, Lisa? Thank you for coming in. We ain't got nothing yet. We got a few channel cat bites. That's about it. Oh, and I got me a new present, y'all, for anybody that wasn't in here earlier. Apparently, friendly bow fishermen have been coming through, and they lost a boat. Sorry about the luck. Now it's mine. And the good thing about it is I got a bow at the house. I caught a compound bow at the house. I'll put some stuff on there, make me a rig for it, and I'll come down here and I'll use it. I got some 100-pound braid. I got some 60-pound main. If I want to use mono, I got some 60-pound mono. I got a bunch of these cheap old 808s, and I got a 60-pound compound bow that says I can make it work. Yeah, Snake, he really don't know what it is. Some people call them shovel heads. Some people call them flatheads. I've always called them flatheads. Just that's how it is. I guess it all depends on what part of the country you're in. But yeah, some people call them shovel heads. I've got a friend here in Louisville where I fish at, down the West End area, down Portland area, and he calls them shovel heads. He calls them shovel heads. Yeah, so is the Ohio River. Steve, the spot I'm fishing in right now is Native American. Has Native American heritage. I'm just took my trees. There is Native American heritage. At the top of the hill, when you come down to the main trail that goes, there's a trail that goes down to the river where these people were fishing down here. They're still down there. They're fishing down there at the end down there. The top of that hill right there, if you go all the way up, there's a sign that says this was a Native American crossing. Back when the Native Americans used to use it all the time to cross the river from one side to the other. And there's been all kinds of artifacts found down here and everything else. That's another reason why I come down here, because I'm Native American. I have a lot of Native American blood. So, and then I got a little bit of everything else mixed in with me. That's where I get this nasty junk at, but it's patchy. I mean, there's places where I ain't even got no hair growing. I got to grow it in thick just to cover all the patches. But that's the Native American blood. Native Americans didn't grow hair on their face. I want to know what shook my tree. When it was a beaver. Nah, yeah, I've had people try to say a shovel head and a flathead are different, but they're not. They're the same. They're the same. Unless that person was thinking of a spoonbill, which is technically not even a catfish. Spoonbill ain't even catfish. They call them spoonbill catfish, but they're not technically a catfish. Now, we do have spoonbill in this area. That's actually one of the reasons why I do have the shrimp that I do have. I'd love to catch one. I would love to catch one. They say that you have to snag. Looks like something was tugging on the blue rod for a second there. They say you have to snag a spoonbill, but I've grown up and seen them when I was hanging out in the West End, fishing out in that area. There's a lot of spoonbill out there, a lot more than there are in this area, and I've seen them accidentally catch them in the mouth. Yeah, you're actually right. It is. Shovelhead is actually a Harley Davidson motor. I had somebody try to contact me because I've got my bike on sale for sale right now online, because I've had to be off work. I've been off work for almost 3 months now, and I've done maxed out all my credit cards trying to survive. Don't know what I'm gonna do about next month's bills yet, but I'm gonna figure that out. So I put my Harley online for sale, even though it's gonna break my heart because it's a one of a kind '79 Sportster. And I had somebody contact me. They go, "Is that a shovel head?" I'm like, "No, it's an iron head." They're like, "Oh, you're sure it's not a shovel head?" I'm like, "I'm 90% sure it's not a shovel." I said, "I'm 99% sure it's not a shovel head. It's an iron head." Oh, well, I didn't know they had iron heads back. I'm like, "Yes, it's an iron head." But yeah, Willie, that is a shovel head is a Harley bike motor. It's actually one of the most sought after motors there are. If I had a shovel head engine on my Sportster I've got right now, it would have been sold the first day I posted it. Because I've actually got a guy right now that contacted me through a friend of mine that uh, contacted me. He asked me, he goes, "Man, is that a shovel head?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "Crap, I'm looking for a shovel head engine." He said, "I would give you about $3,000 for the engine alone." Yeah, they do fight like a Harley. I give you that, Willie. I do give you that. Especially hook into a monster one. Now, we have seen some monsters down here. We have seen some monster flatheads down here in this area because this is all one big giant sand bank that drops off and comes back up, drops down, comes back up. Um, and there's a lot of trees down in the water. I mean, a lot of debris in the water and everything else. So we've got a lot of flatheads in this area, which is cool because I love catching flatheads. Uh, Last Friday during the tournament, I had that flathead, that blue rod out here, and something hit it and almost took it in the water. I went and watched that part of the video back, and you can see it knocked the lights out. When it hit so hard the lights cut out, and you could just see a flash as it's going down. I almost broke my niece's ankles because she was sitting in front of the rod, and I went to get over to it, ran over to get it, and stepped on her feet. And by the time I got there, the rod holder was bent down like this, almost straight out. The rod had done pulled this much out of the rod holder. So if I would have waited maybe another 10 seconds, 15 seconds later, my Muddy River rod, my flathead rod, would have been gone. I would have got it back because I had this big tree I'm using right now in front of me, so he wouldn't have got too far. But I had about a 12, 10 to about 10, 10 to 12 inch bullhead on that sucker, about that big around. Huge bullhead when he hit it. And I felt one tug. It's all I felt. I mean, I grabbed it like this. I said, and they pulled me back down like this, and then gone, nothing. So it is what it is. Yeah, Texas Tiger, it's pretty bad, man. I got my neural scan coming up the 30th of this month to find out what's wrong with me. Um, that's why I don't come out here. That's why I haven't been doing that many videos and lives. Um, I've got severe shakes, and I don't know why. I hold my hand up and just, I mean, doing these rods is almost impossible. I've had to walk out there, start working on one, and put it down and walk away for an hour because my hands won't stop shaking. Um, and then I'm getting lightheaded and dizzy. My equilibrium's off. I walk sideways. I got up the other morning. I got up and walked straight into the door. So, I mean, yeah, it's pretty horrible. And the company I work for, their insurance company told me, do not go back to work if you're getting lightheaded and dizzy and falling over. If you have problems with your balance, which I have real bad problems with my balance right now, do not come to work because I work on an assembly line. Well, it's not really an assembly line, but it's a factory that's got, big belts on it. And for safety reasons, they told me not to come back to work. Well, my doctor, I went in to see my doctor, my second appointment to set up the neural scan. And she didn't know what was going on because my doctor wasn't there that day. I had a sub doctor. And he never updated my time off work because I was on workman's comp. Well, not on workman's comp, but short term disability. She never updated it. So as far as my company was concerned, I could go back to work. So when they contacted me and the insurance company contacted me and they found out I couldn't, the insurance company's like, no, you can't go back to work. By then, my company had already said, no, you can come back to work and you need to come back to work. Uh, and then they're like, well, we're not going to give you short-term disability no more. So I contacted the insurance company, their insurance company, to find out what to do. And they told me, do not go back to that company. Do not go back in there until I do my neurology, my neural visit. I'm like, well, that's going to be kind of hard to do when they've done canceled my short-term disability. I got it for 1 month and I've been off for 3.5. So, but it is what it is. It's electric start. It's electric start. It's one of the later end of the year. The cool thing about my reason why I said it's a one of a kind Sportster, it's a 79 Ironhead. Um, when I was looking in for the DMV and everything else to find out the Kelley Blue Book value of what it would be worth, um, they said there's only like 6,000 left in existence, if that many. Um, that many titles out. That don't mean there's that many bikes. There's only like 6,000 active titles for that year hardly left. They have 7 or 8 motorcycle clubs for that year specific. That's the only year that they will accept. Also, it's engraved. It has Grateful Dead markings engraved into and a motorcycle club marking in the kick panel. And I was doing some research and talking to the guy I got it from, who had it for years, and he was told that the motorcycle belonged to the Hells Angels back when they was doing security before they had a fallout with Grateful Dead, and Grateful Dead was bought them bikes to do security for them, and that was one of the bikes. And like I told my wife, I said, if I can prove the authenticity of that, especially if it was somebody famous, because a lot of the original Hells Angels have moved on to do movies and everything else. If I could prove it was one of the famous ones, that bike be worth a lot more money than what it's worth. But in the condition it's in, I have a buddy that he's a Louisville outlaw. He rides a motorcycle, and he comes over. He does the motorcycle appraisals and stuff, and he has seen my bike, and he's appraised it close to $5,000, $6,000, and that's in the condition it's in. It does need a starter. The starter when I first got the bike, the starter would turn over every time. Now then it started getting missing spots where you hit the button and just nothing, and then it stopped doing anything at all. So I fried out the starter, but I did have it running. It's running straight pipes. It also has an S&S Super Sport carburetor on it. It is loud. I mean, that sucker it growls. The engine's got less than 500 miles on it since it was rebuilt. Original 1979 factory color, restored to all original factory color and everything. Detailing all the pinstriping, matches the title and everything. And the only thing it needs a front brake hose, some rear brake work, because the rear brakes don't, the seals are busted in the rear brakes, so there's no brakes at all. You need a front brake hose. Now the green one's going to start going out. You need a front brake hose, some rear brake work, a starter, and possibly clutches. That's it. And to clean the carb. That's it. It might not even need the clutches. When I got the bike, the guy told me it needed clutches. But I get in and the clutch cable is completely loosened up to where, I mean, it's just flopping. And then I tightened up the clutch cable and adjusted the clutch cable and went through all the gears. I wasn't riding it, but it went right through all the gears. So it might not even need clutches. But everything in total I've done priced out. To rebuild that whole bike and get it on the road would cost less than $500. And I've had it for 2 years and haven't got a chance to fix it. Haven't had the money to fix it. And now there's no way I'm ever going to. And with these shakes I've got, Um, the shakes I've got right now, um, and the lightheadedness I get, I've got a little 200cc cruiser, a United Motors cruiser. Never heard of them until I got this one. It rides like a dream. It's lightweight. Uh, I feel safer on it than I do 1,000 pound Sportster with ape hangers, because it's got the ape hangers and everything else. So yeah, I feel a lot better and safer on that smaller bike than I do that big one in my medical condition. So, and I don't know if it's ever going to change. I don't know. They might go in there and find all kinds of dark spots in my head because I've been hit so many times in the head. Yes, it was AMF years. That's the only issue I'm having, because a lot of people don't like those AMF engines. A lot of people didn't have had a problem with them. The main problem they had is all of it. They vibrate so much that all the bolts come loose. I mean, the bolts will back themselves out real quick. Um, but the guy that built it was one of the best Harley mechanics that here in the state, in my state, and he insured me, or insured the guy. Blue Rod's getting smacked. I was looking over because I didn't see the green rod light up in the camera. Um, but yeah, he insured me that it's built right now. All right, Ace, thanks for coming in, brother. I appreciate you stopping in. Oh, now the green rod's gonna get hit, even the light's flashing. Yeah, I need to change batteries on that in case it gets hit again, so y'all can actually see it. No, I didn't see it. It's like the lights went out and completely, because I was looking in the camera and I didn't see no lights come on for it, and I'm like, why is there no lights? I know it's flashing, but then I turn around and I look, and the blue rod was going like this on the tip of it. And then I looked back over just now, a few seconds ago, and the whole green rod did like this, it bounced. So I need to change the batteries in that one before we miss a good takedown. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick. At least we're getting hit on something. It ain't no big takedown. They ain't like breaking my rod to get it, but it is kind of promising. The blue rod started bouncing. It's still bouncing. Got like a flathead bite. Please be a flathead, baby. Please be a flathead. Y'all watch that blue rod for me. I know the Tech 9 rod's blocking it right here. You can see like the little line going up through there, but y'all can see the whole tip in this thing. Make sure, yeah, y'all can see the whole tip of that rod. Y'all watch that rod for me while I'm changing this batteries on this green one, because I got a funny feeling it's gonna go over here in a minute, and I got a funny feeling it's gonna be a flathead, because it's just slowly doing like this, like it's pumping the brakes. It might be a 0.7 channel. It might be, Willie. That's probably what's hitting that green rod for sure, because it's got shrimp. But what I don't understand is my bait rod has got shrimp on it and a smaller hook, so it'd be easier for it to get in the mouth, and it ain't got a nibble yet. Of course, it's not. It's also not suspended like this one. That could be gar hitting that. Now that flathead rod's still doing like this. Okay, I'm gonna go over and change the batteries on this instead of sitting there talking about it, and that way I can also get closer to that blue rod just in case that sucker does go over. I'm still waiting for this Tech 9 rod to get a hit. That's the main one I want to get a hit. I'm kind of surprised the blue rod's getting a hit before the Tech 9 rod, because it's got the catfish head on it. The blue one's got the catfish head, and the Tech 9 rod has the whole body, about that much of the body, guts and all. So you would thought that one would go down first, but apparently not. All right, well, let me go change that. Make sure I got my tape. Where my headlamp at? I still see pretty good, but just in case I need it. No, I do got some Slim Jim too. Some old Slim Jim. Never been opened, but it's old. Looking fine. Check the play out. Yeah, looks like it. Tight. Nice and tight. All right. Oh crap. I'm tugging that blue rod again. Just don't want to commit. Washing around in this mud again. Stan, how's it going, brother? Thanks for coming in. Couple couple good hits, but no takedowns yet. Brought out my Tech 9 rod I just got done building. We're gonna try it out. I'm hoping on landing at least one on it. I don't care if I land anything else. As long as I want to land on one on my Tech 9 rod to see how it's gonna hold up, that's all I care about. Of course, the flathead rod is getting some taps. And then uh we've been getting hits on some shrimp on this green rod, but they're just smack, just like smack, and then it's done. They ain't taking it down. They're just smacking it a couple times, making it bounce, and then they're done. I got 4 rods out. Y'all can't see, but 3 of them. You see part of the Tech 9 rod. Unfortunately, I don't have lights or nothing on it. Uh, you see shit, part of it shining though. That part that shines is the gold reflecting from the light. That's what's blocking the part of the blue rod. It's the Tech 9 rod. And down here on the ground, I got a bait rod trying to catch me some more bait because I only got about 10 minutes to fish my creek, and I only wind up with 2 small bluegill like this and 1 giant bullhead. Right now, I cut the bullhead up, and I got the headpiece on the flathead rod, and I got the mid chunk on the Tech 9 rod. So we're gonna see what happens. So far, the head's getting hit first. And it's acting like a flathead because it keeps grabbing it, but that rod tip's only going like this. All it's doing. And there's no current hardly at all. I'm using big floats. For anybody that just come in, I'm actually fishing suspended. I'm using a Santee rig, but it's a oversized Santee rig. I'm using this instead of a peg float or a Demon Dragon or anything that anybody else uses. I've got these. These are Starfoam craft balls I bought at Walmart. And I just painted them black. And it takes. I put one of these in my pool, and it floated up a 4-ounce sinker. It lifted a 4-ounce sinker off the bottom. That's how much weight this lifts up. And I'm running them on 5 to 6 foot leaders. I mean, I can pull this leader, and yeah, that just now hit the end of the leader. That's how long it is. So I'm doing reverse. Instead of suspending from the top, I'm suspending up from the bottom like this and floating up. On Friday, all the fish I caught on Friday's tournament, all but one was on that green rod. And that green rod was the only one I had rigged up like that. It was the only rig I had set up like that, and it was the only one that was getting hit. So now I've got 2 of them set up that way tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have the bait I had the other night because the other night I had about a 3.5 pound carp, common carp that I had caught. He swallowed a hook and he got it through his gill. It literally hooked through his gill to where he could not open his gill, so he wasn't going to live no matter what I did. So I took it home and I put it in my bait tank. And I'm like, okay, I'll use it tomorrow. I'll take it out and use him for bait. Hopefully he'll live through the night. Well, apparently he didn't want to live because he jumped out of the bait tank. I come out. I put him in there he was actually there for 2 days. And I come out Friday about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to check on the bait fish. And he had done jumped out of the tank. And he was laying stiff on the ground. And I brought him up here anyway. I'm going to use him. I didn't let him die for nothing. And I brought him up here and I cut him up. And I tell you what, it was nonstop hits that whole night because I'm fishing the Ohio River. You know, the Ohio River is not the Potomac. It's not the James. It has been overfished. It's been over commercial fish for the last 15 to 20 years. And I mean, 25 years ago, 35 years ago, when I first started fishing for trophy catfish, it was nothing to go out and be like, have a Potomac night. You could go out, you land 15, 20 a night with no problem. Maybe even 30 a night on a good night. Most of them being, wait, Ron. Oh, did I get him? Felt like I got him. I might have got him. I don't know what I got. That's something, y'all. I think. Pretty sure it's not just the sinker. It might be, but. Yeah, I caught something. Oh. Caught a channel cat. And somehow I crossed over my blue line. Maybe that was what's causing my blue line to bounce. Let me get this untangled, y'all. We call it a baby channel. He's literally about the size of the bullhead I'm using for bait. He might go on my dang flathead rod, y'all. Hold still, buddy. I'll get you unhooked in a minute. Barely even hooking. Barely even hooking. There y'all go. See, Willie? Even I can catch the babies. Yay. What y'all think? Bait? Yeah, pay lakes have killed the Ohio River severely. What y'all think? Bait? I'm running low on bait. He'd be good on the flathead rod, probably. He's real lively, so I think I'm gonna put him on the flathead rod. Which rod bent? The blue one or the green one? Somebody, Snake said something about the rod bent. Melina, how's it going? Green rod bent, huh? Yeah, that's that shrimp. It keeps on getting smacked. Did it bend, or did it just bounce? I know my blue rod's got to be re-rigged because apparently this little channel cat hit and swam over top of it. Jay Green. I'll probably have to check the bait on it then. Had a good little bend? Yeah, it figures. Fight with this little channel cat. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for telling me that, so, because I got shrimp on there, and pretty sure they got the shrimp off again. Pretty sure. Especially if they had a good little pull. It bent. Okay. So, thank y'all a lot. That's why I love having y'all great people in my lives. Y'all help me out. One last question I still need to answer for. Should the channel cat be bait? All right, I done got this one. Got this one all undone. I can get off rebait it. Yeah, y'all might get a blooper reel tonight. That ain't no joke. It is slick as snot up there right now. All right, I'm gonna redo these rods. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna redo these rods. If they got hit like that, then most likely they took the shrimp. The flathead rod, I'm pretty sure it's been getting tapped, so I need to check it anyway. And I might just throw this whole channel cat on there. Bait? All right, see bait. I don't like usually channel cats, but you know what? I only had 3 small fish when I come out here, and he bit my bait rod. He's still real lively, so I think he'll make a good flathead bait. So I'm gonna redo my flathead rod, check the green rod, throw my bait rod back, y'all. So give me about 3 minutes, y'all. I'm seeing a bunch of my line down here, and I don't leave my line behind, but I did lose a bunch of rigs Friday on this tree, so I wonder how many of my rigs I'll get back. Maybe I'll get lucky and get my good rig back, the one I was catching all the fish on last week. All right, I'm getting ready to go back out. Put blue rod back in, change the distance on it. I'm almost out of shrimp now. Almost out of shrimp. Let me get this bait rod back out. We maybe catch another piece of bait. Gonna catch more bait. More bait, more bait. That'll work. All right. Now let me get some bait changed around. I'm gonna go ahead and put this channel cat, this whole channel cat on this flathead rod. Pull the head off. Check the bait in the green when I'll be right back with y'all. He's a pretty little baby though. I'm actually gonna move green rod over here because all my flathead hole is this direction. My flathead hole is straight down this way, so I'm gonna move it and get him down that way. Things already out there by my bait rod jumping. Not happy. Can't say I blame him, but he ain't happy. Let's see if he's still gonna swim. Right. Go ahead, right. Sit. So I can get my shrimp. No exaggeration, y'all. When I said that channel cat was smaller than that bullhead I had, there's just a head off that bullhead. Just the head. Oh, try to flip him, but it didn't work. He was a lot bigger than that channel cat was. A lot bigger. So, give me a second, y'all. I'm going to potty while I'm up. Got all the rods back out where they need to be at. So, I'm hoping the channel cat stays alive. He was a little upset. Put 2 hooks in him, but it is what it is. Tighten that up. Go slosh in the mud to find a place to party. Oh, man. I don't like it does. Yeah, I knew it was going to be muddy up here. All that water being up as high as it was last Friday, but I was hoping it wasn't as bad as it is. I mean, I got mud up to my ankles. Had to change my clothes out and trip down in the backyard. I might have jumped in the pool to get some of this dirt off of me before I go in the house. My wife's disabled and it's hard for her to do anything around the house, and she tries like heck to keep the house clean as much as she can. And it don't help when especially the floors. She keeps the floors clean where you can walk around barefoot. And yeah, I don't help matters when I come in from fishing and crack mud through the house. I wish I could use bass, y'all. I honestly do. Bass is illegal. Real time, what's going on? Bass is illegal to use for bait in the state of Kentucky. No matter if you obtain it legally or not. Doesn't matter if it's legal size to keep or not. Bass, trout, stripers, all that stuff is illegal to use as bait. Now, I didn't know that last year. Well, I kind of knew it, but I didn't know it. I've known it's always been illegal to use them, to catch them, to use them as bait. Uh, I've never caught them to use them strictly for bait, but at my creek I get all my bait from, I went down there and they do a lot of bass fishing. There are some nice bass in there, and somebody had hooked one, threw it up on the bank, and left it to die. It had just died, wasn't even stiff, eyes hadn't glazed over or nothing else. And I took it down here with me one day. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna use it for bait. I didn't kill it. It was laying there dead. It's bait. I got some of the best bites of my life down here on that bass. But then I was checking regulations, and even if you found them dead, you're not allowed to use them here. I'm like, that's kind of stupid. If you find a dead bass, you should be able to use it. But the state of Kentucky does not allow you to use bass for any reason. Which, if you ask me, is ridiculous because most of the bass fishermen we have here practice catch and release. We are so overpopulated on bass, it's not even funny. The creek I fish in is probably 6 foot deep at the most. And I can guarantee you right now, there's thousands of bass in there. Every time I cast out, or I should say every time I go to the creek to fish, I catch at least four bass, at least. Last week, I was going to take a picture of one. I landed about 1.5 pound bass, which would be my new PB since I'm on YouTube. I had to start my PBs over. So my new PB bass is about 1.5 pounds. I caught it on a little bitty on night crawler on a bobber. That's how many bass are in that water. But we can't keep them. Now watch, since I changed the rods around, they ain't gonna get no hit. And I'm hoping my channel cat's still alive. He wasn't too happy when I stuck him. I stuck him through his back with 2 hooks. Unfortunately, the rig on that one, I thought I had it further apart, but I don't. It's only about this far apart. The 2 hooks are only this far apart. And he was like this long. So I put one through his back, and I was trying to get it in his mouth, and it was keeping him bent in half. So I just stuck them both through his back. I stuck one back here by the back fin, and then stuck one right in front of the front dorsal fin. Went through there, right underneath the bone, and right back out. He didn't bleed much, so I know I got the bone real good, but I don't think I got any vital organs. I put him back in the water, and he was flopping a little bit. He wasn't doing like he should be, but he was flopping a little bit. So hopefully he moves enough around out there to get a flathead drawn in. And I got my bait rod back out in the same spot I had it, so we'll see if we can't catch another one. I really want to catch a drum or a carp, small carp. The reason why I say that is because I want something I can use for big chunks of cut bait. I'm pretty sure if I would have had some big chunks of cut bait right now, I probably already would have had a fish. I can almost guarantee I would have done had one. But since I don't have any chunks of cut bait besides the normal bullhead that I got out. And I've never had luck with cut bullhead. Never had luck with cut bullhead. Now, leaving it live and putting it on my flathead rod, yeah, I get good action. But cutting it up, I never have no luck off of it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did that my channel cat or something's out there hitting my channel cat? Give me a second. I want to check it in case. I don't think my channel cat can move that much. He's a little bound up a little bit. Maybe something just made him nervous. Maybe something made him nervous. Now this first light's already trying not to slide down the hill here. Don't want to go face first into the tree. This first light's already getting dim, as y'all can tell. I mean, it still looks good. And I've actually got my ring light. Usually I can't adjust this ring light. I don't know what it is. It will not let me adjust it. Will not. I found a new power bank that I didn't know I had at the house. And I charged it up and I try to use it. And it actually lets me, I guess it's the amps are higher. It actually lets me adjust all the way down to the lowest setting and it stays there. Normally it won't stay there. You turn it down, it shoots right back up to the highest setting. And yesterday when the other day when I did this, the power bank was at 73%. I put my ring light on. I went inside, made me a sandwich. I come back a half an hour later, and it was still at 73%. So I think it's going to hold a charge for quite a while on the lower setting. Matter of fact, I need to check and see what it says it's at. Yeah, we've been out here. We've been out here for, let's see here, look at the clock. Almost 2 hours. That power bank running this ring light is still at 100%. Still showing 100%. Now I bought some of them cheap lights on cheap battery banks online, probably like 90,000 milliamp hours. I bought like 4 of those, and this is only 10,000 milliamp hours. But the 90,000 ones, they're the ones with the solar panels. The first day you bring them out, you can run this light on high for about 8 hours. As soon as they go dead and you recharge them, you get an hour and a half and it's completely dead. So either something already grabbed that channel cat, or something scared the crap out of it because it was just pulling a minute ago. So I got my bait rod back out in the same spot I had it earlier. So hopefully we'll get another one. Yeah, Willie, I catch I've caught fish on goldfish too. Now at Pay Lakes, they work great. Especially the big goldfish. The look like koi about this big. The Pay Lake I used to go to back when I did go to Pay Lakes before I found out how much damage they was doing to my river. They used to sell those big goldfish. It was like $1.50 a piece. And they had a big tournament lake, and always when we went to the tournament lake, I'd go up and spend $30 on them. Yeah, the blue rod is the channel cat on there. Yep, that whole channel cat. That's gonna be the my flathead bait. and it was just bending that rod. I don't think he can move too much because he's kind of bound up a little bit. He does try to swim a little bit, but he only swims in circles because he's kind of cocked like this a little bit. Them hooks, I got them set too close together, and I thought I had them further apart. The two hooks, anytime I run my flathead rod with a live bait, I run two hooks. Reason why I do that is one, a lot of times a flathead will do a short bite and just barely grab the tip of it, and it'll grab the head and then it'll let go. And then other times it's like if they grab a hold of it, they'll rip it out of its back and you lose your bait. So I run two hooks. I run a double hook rig for live bait. And it was a little short this time, so when I hooked him, I had to hook him, right behind the back fin, very back fin, not the back fin, but you got the fin here on their tail, and you got the little hump fin. I hooked him right there, and I hooked him right in front of his dorsal fin right here. I didn't hook him deep because I didn't want to kill him, but I went underneath the skin and went underneath that dorsal fin bone, and went underneath that bone and locked it in place. So. Yeah, back regulators, I've had the same issue. My record bass before YouTube, and actually I could probably still use it for my PB because the reason why I sit on my PBs is because I've been fishing for 35 years, and a lot of my personal best fish I've caught, my 101-pound blue that I've landed, my 76-pound flathead. I don't have pictures of all that. That was 25 years ago. We didn't have cell phones. We had those little cheap disposable cameras that you take pictures with, and you get them developed. You always lose the photos. You always lose them. So I reset all my PBs, but I do have a picture of that 4-pound bass, about 4.5-pound bass. I caught it on a piece of cut bluegill, catfishing one night. Biggest bass I've ever caught. I didn't know what I hooked into. Time is now 12 o'clock. Come on, man. 3 minutes. We got 3 minutes till 12. Come on, Tech 9 Rod. Go down. Come on. Let's try it out before midnight. While it's still officially strange day. Come on. You can do it. Oh, well. We'll see what happens. And I'm wondering if the blues are starting and the flatheads are starting to move in because the green rod is out in the same spot it was in where I've had it at this whole night. And it was getting hit after hit after hit after hit. Since I put it back out there, normally by now it would have done had a hit. It hasn't had a tap yet. So I'm wondering if they're starting to move back in. And my bait rod ain't went nowhere either. That's okay. I got one piece of live bait from my flathead rod. That's all I care about. That was my concern about the whole night because I do not like having a flathead rod without having live bait. Now I've never personally caught a flathead on a channel cat, live channel cat. If anybody has, please drop it in the chat. No, Lisa, I caught one baby channel cat. I'm talking this big, little baby channel cat. He's on my hook right now. I put him on live on my flathead rod to see if one of these big old flatheads will snatch him up. Because I wasn't getting no hits on my other baits. Rattle Trap, how's it going, brother? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, but so far that's the only fish I've caught, Lisa. I got one. Um, Now, while I was messing with him, the green rod got a good takedown according to everybody in chat. I had my back turned. They said green rod. I'm like, green rod. Said, did it bounce? Or they said, no, it had a good bend in it. So I probably missed a good one because of me not having my paying attention. But it ain't went over. I was getting a hit on it every 5 minutes. Now it's not getting a hit at all. So maybe the blues done moved in. Brooks, how's it going? Thanks for stopping in. Like I said, I don't know how the fishing's going to be, y'all, with me having this big light on, but I'm seem to be enjoying it. I love the fact that even though it's going dim now, uh-oh, my beaver's back, y'all. I think that's my beaver. Let me check, because that means my flatheads are back here. No, I didn't get to get no worms, Lisa. I tried. I was going to take my last $4, because I had $4 in my wallet. I was going to take my last $4 to Walmart and get some dang night crawlers, but I didn't. They didn't have any, and I didn't have no. I didn't have time to go nowhere else. I usually don't come out without night crawlers, so I can use my bait rod. I do have shrimp though. That baby channel I caught earlier was on shrimp, and all the hits I've been getting on the green rod have been on shrimp. So I do have shrimp. Where you at, little flashy thingy? Oh, yeah, my beaver's back, y'all. I got my beaver back, my beaver back, my beaver back. Yep. That just means flatheads should be back in the area, which means I might not have no more luck with my channel cat, my bait rod on baby channels, but we shall see. Yeah, everybody's enjoying some good beaver. Yep. I got 3 fat ones out here. I'm talking huge beavers. Friday night during the tournament, I wasn't joking when I was joking around with Becca. I wasn't actually joking. I was joking about a prize, but I wasn't joking about catching a beaver because they kept on swimming in my lines and everything else. And one of them, I can almost guarantee you, probably weighs in freaking 25 pounds. He is the hugest freaking beaver I've ever seen. And he kept on coming up. He was trying to come up. I'm gonna take my chain off. Thing's heavy. This chain is heavy because the whole chain is made of skulls, diamond-studded skulls. Uh, but he kept on trying to swim up and come up to the up on the bank when me and my niece was out here for the tournament. So yeah, he was trying to swim up on the bank. I didn't like that too much. I thought for sure he was going to grab a piece of my bait, and I was going to try to pull him in. Yes, fat beavers need love too. They all need love. But yeah, uh, we got a bunch of them over here. You know what they say? Anytime you got beaver, you got flatheads, and it's been true to that because I've noticed that a lot here. Like I said, I've been fishing the Ohio River for like 30 years, and every time I go to a spot and it's got beaver swimming around, I have more flathead bites than I do anything else. Now this spot is usually infested. I'm talking just full of blues and full of flatheads both. Some of it might be this bright light behind me. I have noticed, like I said, usually when this light is on, when I've got a big light on this bank, they don't bite. I don't get bites when I got lights up here. And if it stays this way, the last hour I decide to stay out here, I might shut the light off to see if it does anything. Of course, it's going dead now anyway. It's getting dim. But I'm going to leave it on as long as I can just because, like I said, I love the fact I can actually get up and move across the bank and see where I'm going. But it's getting pretty dim. I got one more bulb left. I think it's fully charged, so I should get about 2.5, 3 hours out of it. I do want to save it until right before I go get ready to call this live quit, because it'll make it so much easier trying to pack all this stuff up if I got light. Because right now I can literally see everything I own. Without my headlamp, I can see everything. The only time I need my headlamp is if I go to land a fish, and that's because I got to go about 8 foot down towards the water to get to them. I can't believe we missed that one where y'all said it bent like that. Yeah, I can, because I was messing with that dang small baby channel cat. It was tangled over my flathead line. That's probably why I thought I was getting a bite, because he's probably on there for a good few minutes. Because I happened to look over and at my bait rod, and I would look over and it's going. The whole time I'm watching my flathead rod bounce like that, I'm seeing my bait rod sitting there doing this, and I wasn't paying no attention. He had done swim across my line. It was what was pulling that one. I can almost guarantee it. Now I haven't seen my bow fishermen yet. They come back through, I'd be nice and be like, "Hey, y'all want y'all's arrow back? Y'all want this back?" I'm just rolled out there. Y'all want this back? Y'all can have this back. Just do me a favor. Give me one Asian carp and throw it on the bank when you get it. I need some more cut bait. If I don't get another bite in the next 5 or 10 minutes on this green rod, I'm gonna pull it in and take the shrimp off, and I'm gonna put cut bluegill on it. I usually have real good luck up here with cut bluegill. That's what I usually use at all times when I've got bluegill. Uh, but since it's not getting hit no more, and my bait rod ain't getting hit no more, I'm almost guessing that the blues and the flats have moved in now. So we shall see. I really got to break my PBs, y'all. Here soon, I got to break my PBs. This this YouTube thing is killing me, killing me, killing me, killing me. When you go from having 101-pound blues and having 4 witnesses showing that you had this fish, but no pictures of it, uh, and then having a 76-pound flathead, same thing. Had 2 witnesses with me, because it took two of us to get it out of the water, and another guy to hold the rod. And I can't count them for anything anymore because I started YouTube. Because I don't have photos or video of it, so I don't count them. And now my PB flathead is 11.5 pounds. My PB blues 39 pounds. I got to beat them soon. Luckily, the weather should start changing in the next month. Hopefully, I find out what's wrong with my neural scan and find out what's wrong with me so I can get back to work. At least part time. If I could get back to work 3 or 4 days a week, I'd be happy. As long as I can pay my dang bills, I don't care. But if I could get back to work as soon as possible, so I can start getting my gear back up. But yeah, I gotta get these TVs broke. We all talking about legal sizes, 5 foot. Y'all talking about a throw net? Oh yeah, throw net. Yeah. Now we're lucky here. Our maximum size throw net 20 foot, which technically would be, I guess, a 10 foot throw net. Uh, I'm guessing. I don't know how they do that. They say it's a 20 foot cast net. It's the biggest you can have. I actually have a 20 foot, and I have a 6 foot. I'm sorry, a 4 foot. I think it's 4 foot. It's either 4 or 6. I don't know. Um, and I got the 20 foot one. And I'll be honest with you, I can't even throw the small one. I've never tried to throw the big one. Never tried to throw it. Now, me and my buddy James come down here one night, and we sit down here with my small throw net, and it opens up, about 8 foot and 8-10 foot, so it should be big enough to catch something. We sit out here for almost 3 hours fishing, and that whole time either he was throwing the throw net or I was throwing the throw net. We was walking up and down the bank, all the way one side, all the way down the other, about 3 or 4 blocks each direction, throwing this throw net. All we got the whole time was 1 or 2 small shiners about this big. That's it. Didn't get anything else the rest of the night. Oh, I'm sorry, a baby carp about that big too. But yet you can sit out here and you can see skipjack jump. You see shad come through. You see carp like crazy. Speaking of skipjack, I gotta go back down there. When I was down there a minute ago, my sabiki rig I lost Friday that I was using down here to try to catch skipjacks. It got snagged on this tree, or right in front of this tree. It didn't get snagged on the tree. It's actually laying on the ground up here. So I'm gonna get some of my gear back. Another good thing about fishing down here, even when the water's up, as long as this tree is not got something else blocking it like it does right now. Uh-oh. Tech 9 rod, y'all. Oh, come on. Come on, baby. He's smacking it. Come on, take it, baby. Take it. He was smacking it good, too. I don't know how much flex that rod's going to have, how much bend it's going to have. And that's just to be honest. That thing is an extra heavy. He was bending that tip a little bit. I'm going to scoot the chair back, even though I don't know how I'm going to do it. But I got to have some kind of clearance to get up. And against my better judgment, I got to lighten my load. I am too heavy sinking in this mud. Let me see if I can push this that where it don't fall off and land in the mud like it did last time. Well, that's a good sign, y'all. If that Tech 9 rod just bounced, that's a good sign. That just leads me to believe that the blues are back in town. Duggar, what is up? Thank you for stopping in, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sneak over this way a little bit by our line because I got the Tech 9 line going out this way. This one's going, Tech 9 rod's going this way. My bait rod's right here. My green rod's right here, and my blue rod's lobbed out that way down that way. Um, I'm going to check where the line's at and make sure it's not something tangled up on the line because it's still bouncing a little bit. And I don't want to take a chance on uh, me sitting here thinking I'm getting a bite when it's not a bite. So give me a second, y'all. That happened to us the other day. We come out, me and my brother-in-law. We thought he had a good bite, and it wound up being a floating log that was bouncing on his line. And he sits there for 30 minutes waiting for that fish to take that rod down. I ain't trying to have all that. I'm not trying to have all that. All kinds of bait fish right out here. Little minnows. Little minnows. That wasn't a baby. We talking about throw nets and stuff, y'all. No exaggeration. There is millions and millions of baby minnows all along this freaking riverbank. I guess this light being so high up in the air has done drawn them all in. But there are millions and millions of them. Uh, and if you go out maybe 6 foot out, G style, what is going on? Thanks for coming in, brother. Uh, if you go out maybe 4 foot past the minnows when I shine the light out there, you got some hand sized fish, probably shad and skipjack out there jumping around. I'll grab my sabiki rig, what's left of it, re-rig it, and cast it out there with my bait rod, see if I can't catch something. Now, I've never caught skipjack at night. I've been told you can do it. But, hey, it is what it is. I got to learn how to make thumbnails, y'all. I ain't going to lie. I have no clue how to make them. I have no clue on how to post them. I don't know if it's my YouTube or what it is. Every time I go to make one, it says it's too big to use as a thumbnail. Uh, every time I try to upload one, it says it's too big. And then on top of that, how a lot of people put like little comments and stuff in their YouTube and show a picture and say, "Hey, I'm doing this." They don't let me do none of that. That option is not there, and it never has been there. It also does not let me post a thumbnail saying I'm going live. 90% of the time, it does not give me an option to do jack. It does whatever it wants to do. I've got to figure out how to do all that and fix all that. That's another reason why I don't post I'm going live. I just do it because my thumbnails don't work. I've tried to upload them in every format you can think of, and it still don't work. I don't understand it. Come on, hit that check now rod again. This time hit it with some authority. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to take care of my bad habits. Uh, yeah, I got. I'm trying not to smoke in my lives and in my videos. It don't work when you're a chain smoker like I am, but I am trying to keep them off my lives and stuff because it does bother a lot of people. Uh, I've noticed I went into a live. What was it? About 3 months, about a month and a half ago. Month and a half ago, I started a live, and I had 21 people. I think it was 21 people in there. And the second I lit up a cigarette, I turned my head. I looked back. I had 13 people. So yeah, so I'm trying not to do it. Uh, it's kind of hard to do. I usually do it when I'm rebating or you know, something like that. When I go check the rod, go potty, or if I'm sitting here, I might lean back and just try to keep it off the live that way as much as I can. Yeah, I've tried those videos, Hog Leg. I've watched videos for hours and hours and hours, and I go in there and they're like, "Well, go to this part of your YouTube studio and do this and do that." And I went in there and the stuff that they say to click on, my YouTube studio don't have it. Does not have it. I uninstalled YouTube Studio, reinstalled it, went in and did all my updates to try to make sure I had everything I was supposed to have, and it's not there. It is just not there. I don't know why, but yeah, it's just not there for some reason. But it is what it is. I mean, I'll figure it out one day, or I'll make it work one way or another. You know, I don't like to do these spur of the moment lives like this. I'd much prefer to, you know, let everybody know, hey, I'm going to live here, you know, a couple hours, you know, going live tomorrow. I've been planning this Strange Day live for months, literally trying to get this rod done in time. And I was trying to get my mask done, didn't get it done. And then today, I was planning on being out here by 7 o'clock. I wanted to be out here by 7 o'clock and set up to where I can go live at like right at 8 o'clock, right before the sun went down. But at 8 o'clock, I was still picking up my son's girlfriend from the doctor because she had to go to the doctor because she got sick at work today. So they made her go take care of that. And so I get out here. I had less than 10 minutes at my creek to catch bait and everything else. Well, that's the thing, Dobson. Uh, I got I got YouTube Studio on my phone and on my PC, and I've tried both of them, and they both are identical. Neither one of them have. I forgot what they said to click on. You got to go through one thing and click on this, and if you scroll down through it, because there was also another thing too. They said you could check and see who's your last. I think it was 70 subscribers were or whatever. Because I missed a bunch of subscribers, and I go into my YouTube Studio to do that, and it tells me no, you can't do it. It is totally different. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if everybody's got an older version than I've got, and because I've got, like I said, I just now downloaded mine, and I've updated it like 4 times, and that stuff's not there. So I don't know. Do not know. Now I'm thinking I might have to change out the bait on this green rod and put some cut bluegill on it. The reason why I say that is because all the channel cat action, like I thought, has stopped. None of that, neither the green rod or my bait rod, which both have shrimp on them, which I knew the only thing you're gonna catch is channel cat on shrimp. I've never caught a blue on shrimp in my life, or a flathead. It's always been channel cat. And I knew eventually, when the sun went down, as it got later in the night, I knew for a fact that the channels was gonna move out of this area. That's why I didn't try to go for channel cats in the tournament, because I know they're not here. Um, but that green rod, y'all seen how often it was getting hit. It was getting hit every few minutes, and it hasn't got cut. So the only thing I can think of is the channel's done moved out of the area. I do got two small baby bluegill. I might cut one of the tails off and do it like a flopper. Cut him down the side to where his guts are hanging out and his skin's getting out more, and try to use him almost whole. That way I can have a bigger bait. But yeah, I don't think they're gonna be biting on the shrimp no more tonight. Now, if I would have got down here an hour earlier during the day, usually it gets dark about 8:45 here, and if you're gonna catch channel cats, you usually gotta catch them between 8 o'clock and 9:15, 9:20, because usually after that they usually move out. The water is a little low. Well, it's not low. It's actually at normal, right at normal height right now, normal level. But it has went down because, as y'all know, anybody was up here was fishing to watch me fish Friday in the tournament. This tree I'm using for my rod holders was underwater. Now it's not. It's went down. I've got, if you count the bank I've got in front of the tree to where I was sitting at with my rod holders last Friday, it went down probably a good, because it all goes uphill like this. It went down at least a good 6-8 foot. So, which usually messes the fishing up also when it very first goes down. And I don't know when it went down. By the mud, I would say a couple days ago, probably Saturday night, Sunday morning. If not, the mud would be so soft here I wouldn't even be able to walk on it. I can walk on it, but I still sink up to almost to my ankles. Yeah, Lisa, I took care of that part though. The new rigs I'm using, I was showing everybody in here. If I can get to it. Anytime it gets hot in the middle of summer and everything else, and the fish don't want to bite, most of the time they're suspended. Most of the time they're hanging off the bottom by 5 or 6 foot, because one, a lot of times they'll get closer to the top of the water because it cools off faster when the sun does go down. And two, a lot of times you get, I forgot what they call that thing, but thermocline. You get what they call a thermocline, which means you'll have layers of hot water, and they could be very bottom. Creeks do the same thing, to where the fish, they're in the middle instead of on top or on the bottom. The bottom of the water is too hot, the top of the water is too hot, so they're all hanging out in the middle. So I went and got me a big float, got the double hook stinger rig on it, and this actually floats up about 5 foot off the bottom. Now Friday I come out in my tournament and I was using a rig just like this, and I landed 7 of my 8 fish on this rig. So I'm thinking, that's what helped me out right there, because normally you only catch this Ohio River, you only catch 3 or 4 a night. You don't usually catch 8, 9, 10, 12. If you do, it's a miracle night. But that green rod was getting hit every 5-10 minutes, just bounce every 5 or 10 minutes. I got a bait rod out here that's got shrimp on it, and the green rod had shrimp on it. They was both, getting tugged every few minutes. My bait rod stopped moving completely, and my green rod hasn't bounced in almost 45 minutes. I've never caught a blue or flathead on shrimp. Only thing I've ever caught on shrimp is channel cat. And when this water, when you get later on into the evening, when the blues and the flatheads move in, the channels leave. They get out of the area because I have some blues in this area that are as big as me. So those channels, they're just bait. They're just food. So with it not getting hit and the bait rod not getting hit in this long period of time, I'm pretty sure the blues and the channels have moved in. Uh, because of that, I need good cut bait so I can hook up with the blues. So I'm probably going to go ahead and cut one of them bluegill up. I'll just cut about that much of his tail off. Uh, then cut him like flame down the side a little bit to where the scent of him gets out, and use him almost whole since they're so small because they're only about that big. They're little old baby bluegill. I mean, hell, I'm using an 8/0 circle, double action circle hook, and I got two on each rig because I got stinger rigs on each one, and I can guarantee you right now, the hook's probably bigger than the dang bluegill is. So I'm gonna have to use as much of them as I can. Matter of fact, y'all give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and do that because if they was gonna hit on that shrimp anymore, that rod would have done been gone. And we did get a hit on the Tech 9 rod, and it's got cut bait on it. So try the old dusty cut bait and see what happens. This is actually something I need to do anyway because my wife's always arguing with me. Probably fishing on credit. Well, see, I thought that earlier, Reg. I thought that earlier. But since I casted it out, it ain't got hit. Earlier, that rod was just nonstop going like this, Every few minutes, it would bounce. And same way with my bait rod, which is right here in front of me, and it's actually touching my shoe. So if it gets tapped, I'm going to know it. Uh, but for the last hour, it ain't got no hits. So I'm guaranteeing you they done moved out of the area. It's flathead and blue time. I mean, if I thought I'd catch a blue on the shrimp, I'd leave it out for my wife because my wife keeps on telling me to use other baits. She's like, use the shrimp, use this, use that. I'm like, you can't catch blues on it. All you catch is channel cats, and there's none in that area. You know, if I change it out and put cut bait on it and catch a fish, that proves my point. Because I've never caught anything down here. I've never caught a fish down here the size of channel on anything anything other than fish. I mean, like cut bluegill and stuff like that. The only thing I've ever caught on with strawberry chicken, uh, shrimp, any of that stuff. The only thing I've ever caught down here is channel cat. That's it. And yeah, if they're not in the area right now because the big fish are in the area, then I'm wasting my time sitting here. And I don't like wasting time. Let me reel her in, see if there's any bait on it. See if you was right, Rig. Sorry, didn't mean to blind y'all. Bait is still there and has not been touched, y'all. If I can get it up to here without pulling it off and all the rocks and stuff. Some big just rolled out there. You turn this light off so I don't blind y'all again. Hour later, bait's still there. Both pieces, it's still there. Because the channel cats have done moved out of the area. That means the blues and the flatheads have moved in. All right, so I'm going to cut a piece of this bluegill and see what happens. Ain't he so cute? My hook's actually bigger than he is. So I'm gonna keep him whole and just cut the tip of the tail off where it don't flop. And I'm gonna split him long ways up. I'm gonna just cut his tail off right here. And I'm gonna fillet one side of him where he flops. And use him whole. That way I got more bait to show off. See what happens. Well, hello there. I'm pretty sure y'all heard that flag. That's why I said the small fish have left the building. The big boys have done come in. Let's see how to get this rod out here. See what happens. That's not my beaver. All right, y'all. Get it out there and keep lines tight. Let's see what happens. Lines tight. Let's see what happens. Now, if anybody heard that splash, that was not my beaver. Was not a beaver. Yeah, thank you, MR Duggar, for dropping all the links. Like I told everybody earlier, I'm pretty sure everybody that's in my live or in my channel is in anybody else's channel already. But just in case they're not, feel free to drop links. Um, that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm part of this catfish community. I support everybody in it, and I want everybody to get the support that they deserve because everybody in this catfish community work their butts off to get things done. And I'm sorry, but I've been in a bunch of fishing communities before, and by far the catfishing community is the best in the world. If you check out any of the other communities, I promise you right now, you won't be there more than 5 or 10 minutes. Most of them have attitudes. Mm. And my big street light's almost totally dead now. I can still see some banks, but not much. I can see enough to where if one of my rods gets hit, I can see it. That's all I need. Well, I appreciate it, Duggar. Rachel, thank you for dropping mine, baby. But I'm pretty sure they all got mine if they're already in here, but it never hurts. Somebody could be watching in the shadows. I got a spider going across my phone. Itsy bitsy spider. Don't know what kind of spider he is. Well, that's what I say too, Willie. They don't splash, they or splash, they slap. But y'all, I don't know if y'all heard that splash or not. They're up here right now. They're chasing these bait fish. Out of all the nights that I didn't bring a throw net, I caught one on that shrimp and they stopped biting on it. I caught a baby. I'm talking, he was smaller than the bullhead I caught. I caught him on my bait rod. But for a while there, baby, that shrimp was getting hit. Like I said, certain times of night before the big fish move in, when the blues and the flatheads ain't here, they might hit that shrimp. But with that green rod, I had shrimp on it for the first 3 hours, or first, let's see here, 2 hours I was here. Yeah, I've been 2 hours, 45 minutes. First 2 hours I was here, that green rod would not sit still. It had shrimp on it, would not sit still. My bait rod wouldn't sit still. Neither one of them's had a hit in 45 minutes. And they was getting hit every 10 minutes. Every 10 minutes, bounce that quick. Had to keep on rebaiting because they would strip it. But neither one of them's got a bite. And the reason for that is because the channel cats have done moved out of the area and the blues and flatheads are already here. So they're not going to bite on that shrimp no more. I just pulled the green rod and both pieces of shrimp were still there. So how far am I from the house, Duggar? I'm literally, I say a 15-minute walk. I say about a 15-minute walk. But the problem of it is I got to carry a lot of gear. A lot of gear. I'm still waiting to do a video. I'm going to, if I can get my bag sewn back together. Yeah, about 4 or 5 blocks from the house. But if I can get my bag sewn back together, because it's tearing and ripping to pieces, and I don't have the money to order another one right now. The bag itself weighs maybe 2 pounds, maybe a pound at that. I mean, it's really not that heavy. I'm going to weigh the bag empty, and I'm going to put all my gear in it in front of everybody and then weigh it afterwards. It's rated to hold 80 pounds of gear. I've done ripped the handle off of it. So I carry probably close to, I say 85, 90 pounds of gear. And the problem of it is I got me a little cart that I use to roll it down here a lot of times. But I climb and I go up and down basically cliffs to get down here. If I light up I light it up behind me right now, all you're going to see is wall. You won't see. Well, I got one of the Willie. I got one of the golf cart caddies. Is what I use. You couldn't get a wagon down here. I can't even get the golf cart caddy down here. It's such a drop. I mean, the drop is literally like this going down, and you have to go one angle this way through the woods, down like this, and it's like you got to climb down here and over this, and it's insane. So a wagon won't come down. I've also got to cross a major highway, and when I cross it, there's a center divider that sits up about this high, and I've got to go over top of it. So yeah, a wagon wouldn't work too well. But there's a lot of times when if my health is okay that day, which it usually here lately it hasn't been, I'll just strap it to my back and run. Just because if I'm using the wagon, yeah, I do need an escalator. We need a good escalator down here, Willie. I'm trying to get my dang car going so I can come and get y'all. I want to come pick y'all up and bring y'all down to the river. I've been talking about wanting to do it for about a month and a half, 2 months now. And I finally got my car running, but I can't keep the dang bushings in the dang clutch. For some reason, I don't know what they did to it, but I replaced all the shift bushings. I can drive it for a block, and then the bushings pop back out. Brand new bushings. I done replaced them twice. There's something binding up somewhere. I'll go to shift into gear, and there's nothing. And I'll look down, the bushing will be popped off. I shove it back on. I got gears for a few minutes, pop it back on. Then the one over here pops off. I'm like, what the heck? I wish I did, Duggar. The problem of it is I live in Louisville, Kentucky. Louisville, Kentucky is, right now, it is crap. I love my state. I talk about I rap a lot, and I've been rapping for about 25 years. And we used to brag about our city and our state, 502 and everything, just in all of our songs. I'm embarrassed to say I live in Louisville anymore. It has done turned that ridiculous. No, I ordered them straight from Chrysler. They're the right bushings. There's something binding up somewhere, because I'll go to shift through the gears because it's a manual, and I'll go from first to second, and you'll feel it. It's like tight, and all of a sudden the bushing will pop off. You put the bushing back off, you can shift through all the gears, and then the pedal for the clutch, you push down on it, and it pops off the side bushing. There's something binding up in there. Yes, you was fishing it back when it was good, Willie. 28 years ago, I could come out here and I would have done, but I've been out here for right at 3 hours now. I could have already landed 25, 30 years ago, me coming out. I probably would have landed 20 by now in 3 hours. And if not, I would have landed at least 5, and they'd all be in the 20 plus range, if not 50 plus range. Now it's hit or miss, man. They've done messed this river up so bad that it's hit or miss. The reason why I come to this spot is, one, it's the only spot I can get to because I don't have a vehicle, and they've got everything shut down in Louisville. Every park closes at dark. They've actually tried to lock me up, and they gave me a ticket for criminal trespass for being in a park fishing after dark. This is public property, but there's no, it's not a public park, so therefore they don't say anything about you fishing it. All the other places they close down at night. I had one good spot I used to fish at, where I used to fish 35 years ago and slay them all night long. And I was catching blues, channels, everything. That's what I say, Duggar. That's exactly what I say. You pay $25 for a fishing license, a 1-year license, and they basically tell you, well, you got your license now, but you can't fish here and you can't fish there. You can't fish at this time. You can't fish at that time. You can't fish over there. It's just stupid. Now, I'll tell you right now, Steve Douglas has done a lot for this river. It's going to take years for it to get the way it was. Because when I first started fishing the Ohio River, you could literally go out, catch 10, 20 a night easy, and it was amazing. Now it's like, you come out here, if you get 3 or 4, it's a great night. But see, I love the fact of this area, because I know what's in this area. I've been out here, I've had a guy that was on a boat, because there's a restaurant right behind me up the hill. And they come up and they'll park on their boat and pull up on the sandbank, and they'll go up to the restaurant, walk up to the restaurant, if they can make it up that hill. And I had a guy that was out there on a boat. He said, man, he goes, I don't fish this area. He said, but I got my fish finder on. He said, there's some monsters swimming right underneath the boat. I'm like, yeah, they're right here. And he's like, there's something big underneath me. I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. He goes, no, I'm talking, look like 50-pound fish underneath of me. I said, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. About that time, this big blue comes up trying to get out from underneath his boat. And I was standing maybe 6 foot away from his boat when it happened, and he was sitting on the boat and saw it. He goes, "That was a balloon." I'm like, "Yeah, there's some monsters over here." So I know they're here. That's why I like coming down here, because usually when I do catch something, it's decent. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Well, at least the Pay Lake, they killed the Ohio River. They commercial fished this river to death. They have literally fished it to death. Um, oh, Tech Nine rod's bouncing. Come on, baby. Oh, now the green rod just got hit. There we go. There we go. Come on. Told y'all. Channel cats are moving out. The blues are moving in. That green rod just got hit enough to where it backed it back into the same rod holder. And this one just bounced real good. Told y'all the blues are moving in. About that time, the blues and the flatheads. But yeah, I know the monsters are out here. I've seen them. I've hooked into them. It's just what it is. What it is. All right. Well, thanks for coming in, Takedown. I appreciate it. But yeah, the Pay Lakes, they killed this river. But like I was saying, though, Steve Douglas, he started helping out, trying to do some conservation. He's worked with a bunch of people here in Kentucky as far as Kentucky Fish and Wildlife to try to do better laws and regulations. He's also pushed, on the catfish community and all these other communities for catch and release. Pork Chop, what is up? Thanks for coming in, brother. Yeah, you did. But yeah, Steve Douglas has done a lot for this river. It's getting better every year since he started a few years back. Um, Heck, I know I went a month and a half, 2 months since they started doing all the commercial fishing in this river, and I went 2 months without catching a fish. And that's coming out twice a week and not catch a fish. And I lucked into this little money hole right here, and it's been pretty decent fishing. You know, like I said, Friday I caught 8 out of here. 7 of them was on that green rod that just got hit a few minutes ago, and it got hit enough that I thought it was all the way in the rod holder. But when I got over and the pressure let off of it, it did like this and dropped in the rod holder further. And I got up because the Tech 9 rod was pulling. So there's two rods getting hit at the same time, and I know they're not crossed because the green one's out that way and the Tech 9 rod's out this direction. They're probably a good 40 yards apart. And they both got hit about the same time. And they both got cut bait on them. Now the Tech 9 rod has got a cut bullhead. Now I haven't had much luck off a cut bullhead before, but I did just get I have had 2 hits on it tonight on the Tech 9 rod. And then of course I got that bluegill that I was talking about on the green rod. I told y'all as soon as I change that out, I'll start getting hit. And I just had a hit on it. Now I don't know about my channel cat out there. He apparently ain't nothing up. Now it's bouncing. So I guess something's out there scaring him now. It was probably swimming down chasing the baits. Because current goes this way. And Tech 9 rods here, the green rods here, and then the blue rods here. Tech 9 rod hit, green rod hit, then the blue rod hit. But the blue rod didn't hit. It just something scared my channel cat on there, and he started swimming around. Because it's been totally still till now. It's starting to move around. There's something out there scaring it. I just want to see it bend all the way over like it did the other night when Friday night when we was in the tournament. Because I almost lost that rod. I literally almost lost that rod. And my niece almost lost her ankle because I stepped on her foot hard. Because I had my rod here, literally right here, and she had her feet sitting down less than 8 inches, 12 inches from my rod holder. So when I went running from that rod, because that sucker did like this and started heading out, and the rod holder had all bent down, and the rod had already started pulling out of the rod holder, started coming up out of it by the time I got to it. And her feet was in the way, and I didn't know it. I just come running, no headlamp or nothing, just stepped right on her, and just I felt one good jerk and gone. Just like that, he was gone. So see, now that I got cut bait out there, I'll probably start getting hit. Plus, this light's getting real dim. I mean, I can still see everything I'm doing with it as light as it is now. So I'm wondering, I got another little bit of light. My brother gave me a light last week. I love my brother-in-law, I do. He takes good care of me. He gave me this little baby thing. He ordered it online. It takes like I don't want to shine in y'all's face. It takes 3 AAAs, okay? These are the same AAAs I had in it from the tournament. And I was using this instead of my ring light for the tournament. I had it down here to light me up. The same batteries from the tournament. So 12 hours or 10 hours worth of battery use, and it's been on for 3 hours down here with the same battery. And it's pretty dang bright. It lights up a good area. And it's super bright for the first 5 or 6 hours with the batteries going. It's super bright. I'm wondering if I can mount this up there and just change the batteries out once a night. Yeah, Lisa, get some sleep. I know you got all the girls and stuff, and they're gonna give you hell in the morning. Get you some sleep. My blue rod's bouncing. Something's out there scaring my fish around. Yeah, it does look good tonight. But see, hog leg, normally with this ring light I'm using, it does not let you turn it down. It's got one setting and it's high. If I turn it down, it automatically jumps up on its own back to full blast. I got a new power supply for it, new power bank that my son left there that he got from his job because his job it required him to have a power bank on him at all times. And he quit that job and got him another job, and they told him to go ahead and don't worry about the power bank, and he left it at the house. It's been sitting in the drawer for 3 months, and it's got a little counter on it. So I hit the button, and after 3 months, it still said it had 98% on it. Now, my son told me it didn't work. He goes, that thing don't work. So I charged it up. I put my ring light on it. It actually lets my ring light go to any position I want it. And the last time I checked, it was still at 100%. I'm 3 hours into the stream. I'm about to check it now to see where it's at. And 10 to 1 says it's still above 90%. 3 hours later. But it don't work. Three hours of ring light, 99%. 99%. And I've had that light on for 3 hours and it still lights it up good over here. So I guess I found my new lighting situation, my new lighting setup. Instead of carrying, the 9 or 10 power banks that I normally carry with me to run this ring light on high, and I look all white and ghostly, and all the other crap that I carry, because I got a big strip light I carry and everything else. I'm thinking that just a few lights that I got out here tonight should be plenty. Now I'm going to try to use that light my brother-in-law gave me. I'm going to try to set it up on this stand that I got. I don't know if he was in here earlier and I showed you my light, Hog Leg. I made my own light. There's the pole behind me. It's like a street light. And what it is I have these rechargeable house lights. They're like regular house light bulbs, but they're LED and they're rechargeable. They're for emergency lights. I don't even know what kind of brand power bank it is. To be honest with you, Hog Leg, I've got to look it up because I want 10 of those. I honestly do. I sit down here and I had it hooked up to my phone for the tournament, which was a 12-hour tournament. And when I got done with that 12-hour tournament, my phone was still at 100%, and I still had 43% left on that battery in 12 hours. And that was me being live for 12 hours. That's a good power bank. And it's only 10,000 milliamp hours. That's what I don't understand because the other ones I have are 90. You got 10,000 that works better than the 90,000s I got. And I guarantee you that and probably cost the same amount as the 90,000s I got. And they only last about 2 hours and they only run it on high. Because right now, this is probably the lowest setting it goes. See, now I'm bright. But normally I would do that and let off of it and it jumps up to high no matter what I do. Normally it'll jump up to high no matter what I do, it stays on high. And I don't know why it does that, but with this one it don't. Matter of fact, it's probably a little bright, too bright now still. Turn it down one more notch. Now I did notice that my ring light did go out. The mode went out on it. Hold on, let me show y'all. The yellow setting mode, because you're supposed to have yellow set too. The yellow one's gone. It don't work. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good on that one. So I think I found my new lighting source because I mean it looks nice out here right now. And I tell you right now, if I put that other light bulb in here, which I'm going to do here in about 30 minutes, because I'm only going to be out here by another hour or two. I'm going to be off this bank by 3 o'clock. Unless something absolutely amazing happens as far as like I start catching a ton of bait fish and the fish start biting like crazy and I'm catching them every 5 minutes, I'm going to be off this bank by 3. And I wanted to make sure I got enough power in that light to light up his bank real good so I could see to pack up. Plus, I want to walk around this tree because this is a tree. And I don't know, Hogleg, I don't know if you was watching the 7-to-7 tournament or not, where I was fishing over top of the tree and I had to walk out on another tree. The tree I was walking out on is right here. That's the tree I was standing right there trying to pull the fish over top of the lump right here on the water. That's how much it went down. I was standing up there to pull my fish in. And that's the tree I was climbing out on to get to my bait. There's a mousey or something up there. It was like bait. Come on out here, buddy. Yeah, a little field mouse. But yeah, that's where I was standing at to get on Friday's tournament. And this is the tree right here in front of me that I was casting over top of. So all the gear I lost from that night is literally tangled in this tree. Every bit of it's hung up on this tree. So I should be able to get all my sinkers, or at least most of my sinkers, most of my hooks. I had 2 good float rigs that I lost. They're probably all, there's one of my sinkers right there. So yeah, as long as I got power when I leave out of here, I'm going to get probably, out of the 5 rigs I lost, I'll probably get 3 of them back. And normally you don't snag out in this water. Now, if I cast out about, I say 20 yards this direction, I'm running into something sharp. I don't know what it is, but it cuts through your line like that. I thought I got a bite one day and I went to pull and my line just went soft. And I'm like, what the heck? And I thought it was a gar that bit through my line. Well, then I cast it back out a few minutes later and same thing happened. I didn't even get a bite. I went to reel in, my stuff was gone. So I'm thinking that there's something real sharp out there in the water. But in this area, I don't really get snagged too much. I mean, I can cast out. I've got about a 30 yard, 20 to 30 yard radius right here. I can cast in without getting snagged real bad. There are some drop offs and some lips that I get hung up in a little bit, but usually if I give it a little yank or put a little tension on it, it'll pull through the mud and I can get past them. So I don't use. Here lately I haven't been losing many rigs. Knock on some wood. But when I'm fishing over top of the wood, I'm losing rigs. But the good thing about it is when the water's up and I'm losing them on this tree that I use as my rod holder. Because I come down here and this tree that I've got in front of me, it literally, I cut PVC pipe about this long and I got 6 or 8 of them through to the tree. Because the roots of this tree are still in the ground, so it does not float away. This water gets up, 25 foot. You'll see the top of this tree bouncing around like this, but the roots are still in the ground, so they don't go nowhere. It always just lands right back in this area. It might be straighter out that way one day or further up this way, the tip of it, but it's always in this area, no matter how much it floods. And when it's down to normal level like it is now, I use it so I don't have to carry them heavy rod holders with me. I just got 6 of them going straight up the whole tree. So if I bring anybody down here to fish with me or anything else, we just got rod holders all over the place. And we got an area we don't snag in much. But yeah, I'm gonna get some of my gear back, which is good because when your hooks are $1 a piece and your sinkers are $1.60 a piece, and you lose 12 of them in one night, yeah, you lose about $20 in gear in one night. It's great to come back down here a couple days later and get out of $20 you lose and get probably 10 of it back, 15 of it back. That's always great. The only thing that could be better than that is for both these light up rods, where all 3 of these rods should take the bend over. This Tech 9 rod, it's only been hit twice since we've been down here, or 3 times since we've been down here, and it's been small peck. Well, I say it's small pecks, but I'm not sure because this rod is an extra heavy. I'm talking extra heavy. If I was to put 80-pound, 90-pound line on here and a reel that could hold up to it, I could almost guarantee you I can hook into a 60-pound fish and drag him to the bank and the rod wouldn't bend. When it was getting hit earlier, most of the flexing most of the movement I saw was coming from the rod holder. The rod tip was moving a little bit like this, but most of it was the rod holder itself going. Digging rope. Oh, something down there scaring my channel cat again. Come on. Take it. Don't get scared. Man, I wish I could find some eel. I know there's eel in this river. There's a local rapper that I talked to online. He's a diehard catfisherman. An awesome rapper. He's a great artist. And he goes by the name of Wide Awake. So I want to listen to some good music. He's got some good music. He went fishing a couple months ago and he did a video, and he's got his actual own fishing show. And when I say his own fishing show, I'm not talking YouTube, and I'm not talking TikTok or nothing like that. Because he made a B-rate film, one of the low-budget films, because his buddy owns a movie crew or a movie company that he's trying to build up to a bigger company. And he was in a couple movies with him, and they found out that Wide Awake was doing a lot of fishing, and they come up with an idea, man, why don't we start recording you fishing? So he had an actual movie crew following him around, recording him go fishing. And one day he was out with a buddy of his and hooked into an eel, and this eel had to be every bit this big around and probably a good 3 foot long, 2 to 3 foot long. It was huge. And he's like, yeah, I heard this is some of the best bait you can get. He took it out that day and didn't have any luck. I don't know what he did with the rest of it. I would have kept it. Because as a cat fisherman and been doing this for 35 years, I know there's days you might come out here and you might get stung. The next day you come out and it'd be the best day of the week. Or the best day of your life. You could have, you come out one night and not catch a fish. The next day you come out and catch 30. So but ain't nothing hit that green rod since that first pool I had. Kind of redonkulous. I can hear them out there moving around chasing the bait. Because this whole area, that's what makes it such a good spot. This whole area is a bait pool. There's bait fish everywhere. I come out for the catch and cook, which I probably should have cooked that skipjack or that carp, one of the two, but I didn't. But that just shows you how much baiting is in the area. When you accidentally catch a skipjack with a night crawler, that just shows you how much bait's in the area. I mean, this whole bank is just riddled. This water is just riddled with bait. Right now, there's millions and millions of minnows all up and down this bank right here, and all the bigger fish are trying to get to them. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt he paid $115 for 7 eels. That's actually not bad. I went looking for eel for the tournament, and my wife was going to give me a few dollars and everything else, and I had a few dollars I was going to use since I'm so damn broke and ain't got no money. I was going to get up enough money to go buy some eels where I have at least one eel for the tournament. They don't sell them here. Bait shops don't sell them. We don't have any. The Asian markets, we've got 2 of them here. Neither one of them sell it. Dan, what is up, brother? You ain't missed much yet, Alicia. Thanks for coming back. Only fish we caught was about a 7-inch channel cat when the channel cats was in the area, which they done moved out now. And I got him whole and live on that last blue rod down there on my flathead rod. I did just get a tap on the green rod about 20 minutes ago, and I got I've only had 3 decent bites on the Tech 9 rod, or I don't know if they call them decent bites, but the rod moved. It's just a waiting game. But that green rod, I switched it out. I was using shrimp. All right, you got your popcorn ready for the show? That work. Hopefully you enjoy eating it, because you'll probably be eating more than you're seeing. I can promise you that now. Now here's the rig I've been using, Dan. Alicia, if you're still in here. Also, this is the rig I'm using, y'all. When I said I'm doing a reverse suspension, I've got this big old peg float right here, and this thing will float a 4-ounce weight. This will lift a 4-ounce weight off the ground. I put it in my pool and found out. And I'm running a double hook stinger rig. Okay. 2 8/0 Team Catfish double actions. Okay. That's for big baits. You hook one like this and one like this. One in the front of the bait, one in the back of the bait. It's called a stinger rig. Some people call it a double hook rig. But what I'm doing is I've literally got this big peg float and I've got a leader. I'm gonna start right here. Okay. Here's my bead where it stops. Where my finger is twisting right here. Now I'm gonna slowly pull it and I'm gonna show you how long this leader is. I'm still pulling that leader. Just got this leader. This leader is 4 to 5 foot long. And what I'm doing it for, yes, you can, Alicia. My green rod earlier it's got a double hook rig, and I don't have much bait. I had 10 minutes at the creek today. I was not able to catch much bait at all. I'm talking, I caught 2 small bluegills, and I'm talking they're this big. 1 fat bullhead. Matter of fact, I think his head's still down here. Because I cut him up and put part of him on the Tech 9 rod, and I put the other part of him on the blue rod. And I had shrimp is all I had. And on the green rod, since it's got the dual hooks, I put a piece of shrimp on each hook. And I was getting hit after hit when the channel cast was in the area earlier on that shrimp. I couldn't hook up with them, but they was hitting it. And they hit one hook, strip it off, then they hit them to come back a few minutes later and hit the other hook. So yeah, you can put 2 pieces of bait on there. Easily done. But yeah, this rig right here works good if you're in like the river and stuff. Now I don't know how good it's going to be tonight. The fishing ain't been great tonight, and I think a lot of that is because we have 0 current. I mean 0 current. I cast it out with a 3/8 sinker on my bait rod when I first got here, and it didn't drift anywhere. It went straight to the bottom. We've got 0 current, and we've always got current up here. So there's nothing to get the bait smell out. It's just staying on one area. My sinker I'm using is a homemade because I make all my own sinkers and I make all my gear. If I can make it, I make it. I got a homemade. It's between a 5 and 6 ounce no-row. Okay. And what this does is you put this above the leader, like Dan said. You tie this on your main line. Let me get my leader back. You put this on your main line. You put a bead in front of it. You run your main line through it and put a bead on it. And then you tie it to this swivel right here. Is all you have to do. Once you put your weight and your bead on here with your main line, you tie it to this swivel. And then you're set up. That's why I pre-rig all my rigs when I can. That way they're ready to go. So yeah, they're easy but good rigs to use. That's the rigs I was using down here Friday. When we was in the tournament Friday, 7 of the 8 fish I caught was on that rig. That rig was on the green rod, which is the only rod I had a rig set up like that. And the green rod caught 7 of the 8 fish. So I think it made a heck of a difference. Plus, I fish the Ohio River, and the Ohio River don't have all the fish in it that it used to. A good night at the Ohio River from the bank is 3 or 4 fish. That's a great night. So for me to land 8, I think it made a big difference. Now I am breaking rule number 1. Y'all see how clear I am today? I got a lot more clear. I'm a lot more clear. And here in a minute, this bank will look like I'm lit up like Levi's. It'd be like I'm like daylight just come out. So I'm about to change my light here in a minute. I built me Wanted to see what it looked like. Oh, you talking about the rig? Uh, well, heads up, Alicia. I've got. If we ever do get a chance to meet up, I do have you a bunch of stuff set up. A bunch of those rigs set up. This rig right here, I don't have any set up. The reason why I don't is because you usually fish Taylorsville Lake, which is less current, and you can use a regular float. I do have a what I call a the ultimate channel cat rig. It's got a peg float a little bit bigger than this. It's fluorescent orange. It's made out of the same material, so it takes a lot of pressure to hang it down. It has two hooks that come off of it. They're smaller hooks because they're for channel cats, but one of them sticks out like this to where it does not tangle up on your line. There's no way to tangle it up. The whole setup's there. I have, I think, 5 or 6 rigs set up for you and everything else to have. Um, I've got you a few no-row sinkers, a few egg sinkers. Some of them you may never need unless you're going to fish the river. Uh, if you ever get the day that you decide you want to go to the falls and everything else, you might need some of the bigger sinkers I put in there, but you do have some 8-ounce no rows. I made some, I call them flying V's. I don't know. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I got one with me. I don't know if I got one with me or not. But they're like 8.5 ounces. No, I don't have any with me today. I don't have any with me today, but they look like a flying V guitar. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to blind y'all. They look like a flying V guitar. Um, but they're like 8.5 ounces. They're huge. Yeah, if you try Ohio River, green rod got hit. One of the two got hit. I've got my rod holders. That tree that I was fishing over for anybody that just come in, like Alicia and Dan, when y'all just come in, y'all seen the tree I was casting over top of. There's the tree. It's not underwater no more, and the rod holders are mounted to the tree. I come down here a few weeks ago, and I mounted 6 or 8 of those to the tree. And the reason why I did that is, let me get my camera straight again. Those rod holders I'm using right here, all they are is PVC piping, but they're not light. When you carry all your gear on your back and you got 5 of those in your backpack, yeah, that's an extra 10 pounds on your back. So I decided I'd come down here one day when the water was down, because this tree don't move. It don't go nowhere. The roots are still stuck in the ground. So what I did is I come down here and I mounted rod holders. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 rod holders mounted up this tree. So it's pretty cool. But if you go to fish, you said something about going to fish the Ohio River. You might want them bigger sinkers, depending on the weather. If we have any rain or if the water goes up any, you might. But like I said, right now, the Ohio River has 0 current. The part that I'm in right now, it literally looks like a sheet of glass. And I can promise you right now, I know you can't go by what the top of the water looks like because you have current seams. One might be going faster, 5 foot down might be faster than the top is. But I can promise you right now, something scaring my boogie. I mean, my channel cat again. I casted out a 3/8 sinker. I'm talking, this sinker is itty bitty little baby sinker this big. And I casted it out by probably 25, 30 feet. And it sunk straight to the bottom. Did not go nowhere, did not drift. I'm so used to all the current that I cast out this way because the current goes, it goes down this way. So I cast out this way to where when it sinks to the bottom, it's out in front of me, where it can slowly sink down and land out in front of me. I did that with the Tech 9 rod, and it's still facing way out that direction where it first landed at. Yeah, just let me know, Alicia. Like I said, I got you a big old box of goodies. A big old box of goodies. I'm just hoping that the water does better than what it's doing right now. And that's just to be honest, because the fishing tonight has not been great. I'm getting a few small little ticks and stuff, but some of it could be me. Um, Normally, I come down here with some nice bluegills. For the tournament, I was mainly using carp. Matter of fact, I think every fish I caught was on carp. The little creek I fished in, I accidentally, for the first time in my life, I caught a carp out of that creek. I knew there was carp in there, never caught one. I don't know if that's my channel cat or not pulling that far. It might be. But no exaggeration, I caught a little carp about this long. He's about this tall, about that thick, about 2.5, 3 pounds. Caught him on a 3/0 circle hook, and he swallowed the hook, and when it did, it got in his gill and hooked him through his gill and locked it in. So even if I would have cut the hook and left it in there, he would have died. There's no way he could have lived. He wouldn't have been able to breathe. So I took him home. I'm like, I'm gonna use him. I had him out in my bait tank outside for 2 days. Friday, I come out right before the tournament. I'm like, I'm gonna go check on my bait. And when I did, he had done jumped out the thing and was hard and stiff. I checked my motion sensor camera because I got cameras watching my backyard. And about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning on Thursday night, he decided to end it all and jump out the bait tank. So when I woke up at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because I usually sleep late anyway, I woke up 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He'd already been laying there for 5, 6 hours. But I put him in the freezer. I shock froze him where it was softening back up. And I tell you what, it worked great. It worked great. But tonight, all I got is shrimp, bullhead, channel cat now, and 2 small baby bluegills. That's it. I don't have no good baits tonight. I caught a baby channel cat about this big, about one of them willy catfishes, maybe a little bit bigger than willy size. Actually, I think the one I caught earlier would have ate 2 of Willie's fish. But I put him on hold live on that blue rod, my flathead rod down there, and you can probably see the tip bend in the camera. It's bouncing like this. It's just moving like that. And he's kind of bound and restricted right now because he hold on a second, y'all. Something moving up in the woods. Make sure Bigfoot ain't gonna jump out on me. But when I hooked him with that double hook rig, on that rig, I thought my hook on my flathead rod, I thought my hooks was this far apart. I usually like to keep them this far apart. That way, when you're using live bait, you could double hook it about this far apart. They're only this far apart now. So he's kind of bent a little bit. He's sitting there like this. He can still swim or move, but he's swimming in a circle. And he hasn't been pulling that rod. He hasn't made that tip move hardly at all. And then every few minutes, it's like bounce. So something over there scaring him or something. Yeah, like I said, just let me know when you're in town. Alicia, me and my wife's gonna try to meet you somewhere to drop it off, um, and everything. I told her I gotta get some gear together because Team Kentucky's got to take something. We got to take something. It probably is Bigfoot, Willie. People make jokes about it and everything else, and I'm not a big believer in a lot of things. I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm skeptic about a lot of things. Bigfoot, I'm not skeptic about, and I'm not skeptic about him being in these woods. This is I heard something wiggle. Um, God's honest truth. I'm not making this up. The stretch of woods that I had to walk through. If you go to the National Data Bank for Bigfoot sightings, there are three in the last 10 years. Three legitimate sightings. What I mean by legitimate sightings are sightings where they've showed up to document things that they found. There have been three in this area in the last 10 years. I've got video of me walking down this beach. I'll post it one day. Now, I don't have that big a foot. I'm not going to lie and say my foot's huge. I wear a size 9.5. But I put on my rain boots and my galoshes, whatever you want to call them. Take 9 rides. Come on, baby. Come on. It's bouncing. Come on, baby. Take it. Take it. See, they can't even bend that tip. That rod's so strong, they can't even bend the tip. All they're doing is bouncing the rod holder. But anyway, was you doing the helicopter? Okay. Um, but yeah, I come down here and I had my galoshes on, which are size 11. And I don't know anybody dumb enough to walk in this nasty water barefoot, especially on a beach where you know people fish at. And I come across footprints walking down this beach, and they come straight from the woods down into the water. Now, these footprints was this deep in the ground. I only weigh 165 pounds. I'm not that heavy. But the footprints are this deep in the ground. Mine was only this deep. So whatever it was weighed 3 times my weight. Those footprints are this much longer than my size 11 shoe. And I've got proof of it because I've got video footage of me walking down the bank, come down here to go fishing, and I put my boot right next to them and shot video. I'm not catching it, Dan. I'm slow. But yeah, it's yeah, I bet y'all do, Alicia. Uh he ain't no joke, and he's in this area. Uh the night that we come down for the 7 to 7, no exaggeration. I can't show you right now because my lights won't reach to the Indiana side. That's why I was telling him, baby. I told him I got the footprints to compare it with. When we was down here for the 7 to 7 tournament, my niece was down here, and the Indiana side, it's not far away. I mean, literally, I think it's less than a half-mile across from right here. And it's all woods over there. We heard trees, and I'm not talking branches. We heard trees being pushed over, and I heard a tree get fall over, and I'm like, "You hear that?" She said, "Yeah, there's a tree fall over." So what? I said, There's no storms. There's no wind. Why is the tree falling over? She said, well, maybe it was weak. A few minutes later, we hear another tree about 6 foot away from it. I said, well, what about that one? She goes, they're just falling over, hitting each other. Then we heard a third tree. I'm like, no, it's called Bigfoot. He's walking through the woods and knocking them over. Ain't no joke. I believe he's down here, and I can promise you right now, he comes down here, I'm gonna try not to be mean to him and try to be cool with him. But I hope he feels the same. You only wear a size 12, Dan? Yeah, these footprints, no exaggeration, would have had been every bit of a 16 to 18, and they are wide. I'm talking. If I put my foot down inside of one of them, I've got about this much. I can't do it with that finger. About that much. If I put my heel to heel, that much longer than my foot, about that much wider than my foot, with those size 11 galoshes. They was barefoot, and they sunk in the mud way further than mine did. Yeah. I wouldn't doubt it, Alicia. We got them down here. But see, if you do any research on all that stuff, they've been around for hundreds of years, and they used to be friends with the Native Americans. Native Americans had cave drawings and stuff of them, and had drawings of them on their teepees and stuff. You know, wherever they had set up camp, you would see drawings of them. But yeah, I just hope they're still friendly like that, because yeah, I don't want to find out. To tell y'all what it is, the creatures running up in this woods look like Abbott. Does that help any? They look like Abbott. And there's been times I've been down here that I've literally gotten, I don't get scared. I do not get scared. I've been jumped, I've been shot 3 times, stabbed. I don't get scared. And I don't go anywhere without some kind of protection. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to, because YouTube's crazy about things. I do not leave the house without some kind of protection. And the protection I carry will stop pretty much anything. There's been nights I've been down here that I packed up and went home just because of something going on in these woods. And that's not an exaggeration. I hate coming down here by myself because of it. Well, that's what I'm saying, Duggar. That's what I'm saying. But when you've got something in the woods moving around, and you can hear like branches walk, like somebody stepping on stuff, and you get this nasty smell of this skunk and smells like death walk up behind you. Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're like, do I want to be here right now? And then you look at your fishing rods and go, but I'm fishing. Maybe he'll be nice. Maybe I can catch me one and throw it up on the bank. Oh, they ain't rubbers. They ain't rubbers, Dan. They a little heavy, and they leave pretty flowers when they go in. Pretty flower shapes, little daisies and stuff like that. Got a barge coming through. Maybe I'll get a barge bite, y'all. It's been a while since we got a bite. But I am going to step off screen for a second because I'm not going to be down here but maybe another hour and a half. No, they're daisy shaped. They open up real nice and make little pretty flower shapes. And they go in so precious, the size of a pencil, and come out the size of a apple or something, and they look like a daisy when they come. Yeah, they're beautiful. They're fireworks. Something scaring my bullhead. I mean, my channel cat. It's pretty bad when you catch a channel cat smaller than your bullhead that you originally come up with. But he's out there on the hook and he's getting scared because that rod's bouncing. All right, Duggar, go destroy some tanks. But yeah, I'm getting ready to step off screen for a second, y'all, because I got bad habits that I have to take care of. I haven't been trying to do them on stream lately, and it's actually been a pretty good while. I haven't had one in almost 45 minutes to an hour, which is good when I'm fishing. All right, Duggar. But I also want to change out this light. I made a homemade light. Well, it ain't homemade, but I made my own little street lamp. And even though the fish don't bite with it on too well, I love being able to see it run across this bank if I do get a bite. And you can see the Tech 9 rod when the lights are bright enough, so I can see when I'm getting a bite. Plus, I love being able to see if I go to run across this bank, I don't step on my bait rod, stuff like that. Which I do need to recast it anyway, because it's been out for about 2 hours and they had no action. I know, Dan. That's what I'm doing now. Well, that's what I'm gonna do right this second, and I'm gonna change out this light. Then I'm gonna redo my bait rod because we got a pretty little barge going through. Y'all see that blue rod bounce? Something out there messing with my channel cat. It's got him all scared. And that is a flathead rod, a Muddy River flathead rod. They don't bend easy. Anybody that's got one. If we're to bend that way, he gotta be pretty scared. Don't be scared, channel cat. Just because he's 20 times bigger than you, don't mean he's gonna eat you. I gotta give him some kind of hope for the future. But there is no hope for him. I shall return. And y'all be able to see me better here in a minute. Y'all be able to see all of everything better. My new lighting setup, y'all, I'm going to start using every time I come down. Bud. green rod's bouncing, y'all. I gotta get over to it. I'll try to keep my face turned this way. I'm gonna slide and tighten back up. Something on my line, hanging it up or what? Yeah, I got a fish, y'all. I got a fish crossing my other line. Probably another baby tail. That he done crossed my green line. That's why my green line was found. We did this earlier too. He's not, don't feel too bad. Yeah, I gotta wait for what I got. I made you a big bullhead. Now he's gonna tangle off my Tech 9 rod. I'm on you, big bullhead. Come off my line, Josh. Dang. All right, y'all, give me a second to get this fish. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened. That's why my green line was bouncing. Drags you back in. Fishing with a hook. How's it going? Willow. Vince Fowl. Thanks for everybody coming in. Give me a second. I get rid of this little small channel I just caught. He just ran downstream with my dang bait and crossed my lines. I seen my green rod bouncing, and I thought I had was getting a bite. And I looked over, my bait rod's bouncing sideways. Well, I guess the channels are still in the area, or they're back in the area. Little bitty old baby here. Really? Little bitty old baby. About a 2 or 3 pounder. I'm gonna get the hook out of him, going back. At least he didn't swallow my hook. Popped his eyeball out though. Come on, give me my hook back. Be old baby. But at least we got 2 for the night. We go down here and toss him back in. Come on. Be free. Be free. He just made a mess, is all he did. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna get this bait rod back out. Just in case. All I'm catching something, I guess it's not a total waste of time. Ain't catching my big old boys, but catch something. Put my bait rod back up here. Back my lines here. All right. That you saw what I just had, Willow. That one, and I caught a smaller one earlier, about this long. He's live bait on the flathead rod down here, the blue rod. Something's been down there scaring the crap out of him, but that's about it. Been scaring the crap out of him. But other than getting a little scared, ain't nothing touching it. It kind of scares me, though, that I just caught another channel cat. Hill Jack, what is up, brother? I see you lurking. I see my eyes. My eyes are lurking. It kind of irks me and worries me that I'm still seeing channel cats in the area. I took shrimp off all my other rods because I had shrimp on this green rod earlier and it was getting hit left and right. And they stopped messing with it for almost 45 minutes. I'm like, it ain't got to hit in 45 minutes. The live bait's moving around like crazy. I'm guessing that the big boys are gonna come in. And yeah, they didn't, because I just caught a channel cat on my bait rod. I hadn't been paying attention to it, and I see my green rod's bouncing. I'm like, oh, I got something going. I got some biting my green rod. All right, my cut bluegill and all this other stuff. I'm gonna catch me a nice fish. And I look over, my bait rod's going, hey, buddy, I'm on here. I'm coming. He done crossed all my lines. So I might need to pay more attention to my bait rod. Matter of fact, I think I'll put it on this side. That way when I'm looking at the camera, the tip is right in front of my face. Because he had to swim with that sucker for a good 5 minutes before he could have got my other line. Because I've got them way separated. So he's probably been on it for about 5 or 6 minutes and I didn't even know it. So I'm going to put my bait rod like right here on this side of me. That way when I'm talking to y'all out of the corner of my eye, I can see that booger. Glitch. Yeah, something's out there scaring my dang channel cat again. I wish they quit scaring it and eat it. That's what I want. Just one decent fish tonight. So far, I caught about a pound and a half, 2 pound channel, about a 4 ounce channel, 5 ounce channel, and that's it. I never catch channel cats down here, ever. Which has got me scared because usually if I'm catching channels, that means the blues and the flatheads ain't out here right now. They done moved somewhere else for the moment. Yes, I do, Jody. This whole area is one giant bait pool. I'm talking, it's a sandbar and it's one giant bait pool. The rod holders right now, I don't know, you can't. that little thing is long ways is a tree. If you was in the 7-7, if you watched the 7-7 tournament we was in last Friday, and I was fishing up here, this is the tree I had a cast over. The water's done dropped about probably a good, I say almost 12 foot, 14 foot now, um, which might be the problem. I don't know when it dropped. You had those stages where if it drops, it takes a couple days for the fish to start biting, getting real active again. Uh, but I'm messing my flathead rod now. I always bring out a flathead rod. A lot of times I'll catch them, Joey. I'll catch them on cut bait before I catch them on live bait. But today has been a nightmare. I just got done completing my Tech 9 rod. I'm a diehard Tech 9 fanatic. Uh, Today was, well, yesterday, because it's another day now. The 24th was official strange day. So I come out here. I was planning on being out here at 7. I didn't get here till almost 9. I literally had 10 minutes to fish my creek to get bait. I caught 2 baby bluegills and 1 bullhead is all I caught. So I have no good bait whatsoever. The 2 fish I caught with shrimp. And usually I don't have no luck down here with shrimp unless it's channel cats. But the flatheads, I do have a lot of them. Where do I fish? I fish the Ohio River in Louisville, Kentucky. Well, right outside of Louisville. I'm down in the PRP Valley Station area, closer to Brandenburg. I'm at the in tailwaters of the McAlpine Pool of the Ohio River. Y'all probably can't see the lights way down there anyway, but if I go down maybe a mile and a half this direction, it changes over pools. I can't remember the name of the pool. It's like Auntie or something like that. Some kind of different. I can't remember what the name of the pool is, but it changes over from McAlpine to a different pool, maybe a mile and a half down the road. So I'm right on the edge of it. Normally I do good out here. That's why I come out here. Louisville, they shut everything down. All the parks close at dark. So as soon as the sun goes down, you have to be gone. You cannot fish there after dark. But the problem of it is here in the river, they don't bite during the day. I've been fishing this river for 35 years and bank fishing it for 35 years. I don't know about boat fishing. Bank fishing, I've been bank fishing this river for 35 years. I may have caught 50 fish in my life during the day. Late evening, right before the sun sets or after the sun sets, is when I catch all my fish. Most of them are usually about between 9:30 and 10 o'clock when the fishing starts. At least everywhere I fish in Kentucky and Louisville. And that's basically when they tell you to leave the parks. This spot right here, I can walk down to it. I literally live 5 or 6 blocks up the hill. It is a treacherous trip to get down here and takes forever and carrying all that gear. It wears you out. I mean, when I got down here earlier, I couldn't even hardly breathe. I sit down here for 20 minutes before I even set up to go live. I sit down here for 20 minutes trying to catch my breath. But yeah, I literally live right down the street, so I lucked into this spot. What makes this spot so good, though, is anybody that knows anything about river fishing, you go up about a block this way to my right, and the river opens up and gets wider. Okay, you go down about 6 blocks. Well, I say about a half mile down this side, the river gets wider. So it narrows off right here, which is a good point because it's a choke point. The water gets more narrow, so all the fish have to huddle together more to get through. I have a power plant a mile down the road or half mile down the road this way, and I've got one a mile and a half down the road this way. So I'm in between two power plants in a smaller seam of water, and it's all a bait pool. I mean, you can come out here during the day and just see thousands and thousands of bait fish. I mean, I come out for the catch and cook. It didn't do no good because during the day, and I caught a skipjack on nightcrawler. That tell you how many bait fish we have in here. Something scaring the crap out of my blue channel cat. We could go over and bend over. Yeah, sometimes, Dan, I mean, the only time I do any day fishing is when it's like late fall into winter. And the reason why that is because the fish are less active at night because it's colder at night. But for the most part, I won't come out here in beginning of spring, from spring to right towards the end of fall. I will not come out here during the day. If I come out during the day, it's usually an hour before sunset, 2 hours before sunset, and that's strictly to try to catch bait. All my fish have come at night. Now I'm trying to, it's not a guarantee, I'm trying to get, there's a spot, there's an old restaurant that we used to fish at. They've redone their docks about 9 times, so I don't know how bad it is, right, with that part of it. I might catch snag in the dock. But there's an old restaurant where me and my brother-in-law used to fish at when we very first started fishing and doing all of our trophy fishing. And it is a killer spot. I mean, I've only went down there maybe 4 times in my life and not caught fish. But they chased us off out of that spot, and I'm trying to get permission to go back down there. Oh, I bet you don't get it today. The heat, you won't get them. As soon as the sun starts to set and the water starts cooling down, is when they'll start getting more active. Yeah, early spring, late fall, I'll fish day, and then during the winter, I'll fish daytime. Other than that, it has to be night. I don't fish during the day. In summer, early spring, late spring, early summer, or early fall, they have to be nighttime. But yeah, this is a prime spot for big fish because it, like I said, it funnels them in. I've got a power plant a half mile down this way. I've got another power plant a mile and a half down this way. And this power plant down here, even though I can't get to it, it does put off hot water. It is a gas and electric place, and it does put hot water off. And these big fish, they come through here because all these bait fish are in this area, and they pile up in here. And I've seen them in here, and I've had them bite my rods and everything else, and fought with them for minutes before they got off. Since I've been coming down here, the year and a half I've been coming down, almost 2 years I've been coming down here, I've seen them 60, 80 pounds in here. Easily 60, 80 pounds. I don't never have luck with chicken livers, I'll be honest with you. I don't use chicken livers. I haven't used chicken livers in probably 20 years. For flatheads, all the flatheads I catch, 99.9% of them come off cut bait. If you go back and watch any of my other lives, I caught like one live, I caught 11.5-pound flathead. I mean, they're not monsters. Their monsters are over here, but I can't get to them. The monster flathead hole is probably 100 yards. I keep on saying 100 yards. Probably 30 to anywhere between 30 to 50 yards that way. It's the monster flathead hole. The problem of it is this bank has been underwater for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I'm literally, as you can see by my shoes, I am not playing when I say this bank has been underwater. I'm sinking every time I step down. I sink about up to my ankles. The further I get to the river, closer to the river, the worse it gets. So me walking down that path to get to my flathead hole is impossible. It is very impossible. Gonna win it with chicken liver. You do that, Aaron. You do that. Get you some. Yep. Please do that. Hey, as long as you catch fish, Aaron, that's all I care about. I'm not going to use that S word. Yeah, we're not going to use that S word because I don't want to jinx nobody. Nobody. Oh, that's not my bullhead. I mean, my channel cat. I know y'all see that rod bouncing. That's not my channel cat. He's not pulling that hard. There's no way possible. There's no way he's pulling that hard. I've got that casted out as close down, as far down that way as I can. With the flatheads out here, though, what I was saying is the only thing I ever catch them on is cut bait. I have got some good bites. The 7-7 tournament we just had that Aaron was joking around about. I had one massive flathead takedown. I went back and watched the video, and you could barely see anything. I can't remember what time it was or whatever. I think it was right at 3 o'clock, I think. And it was that blue rod. It got hit so hard that the lights cut out. I saw it going, bending over. By the time I got over to it, the rod holder was bent down like this. The rod was bent as far as it could bend. The rod holder was bent over sideways, and it already pulled this far out of the rod holder, getting ready to be a rocket and shoot out of it. And that was on a live bullhead. I felt one jerk, and that's it. And it let go. Oh, you might not, Aaron. I don't have no luck with chicken livers. I got all kinds of stuff out here tonight that I haven't even tried. I still got strawberry chicken. I still got garlic strawberry chicken. I think I got some anise chicken over here. I still got a bunch of stuff I ain't tried yet. And I'm about to end this stream in less than an hour, but I haven't tried it. And the reason why I haven't tried it is because the last 5 or 6 times I've used it, I ain't had no luck. I was trying to read a comment and I passed up. Let's see here. All brim, goldfish, bullheads, little channel cats, and shrimp. Yeah, that's me. That's me. It's mostly on my flatheads though down here. It's mostly cut bait. I don't know what it is. Well, see, I tried that too, Regs, and I can give you the same advice I gave everybody else. If this heat stays the same way, make sure you got a long leader and a big enough float to get that bait off the bottom. Because like I was telling everybody earlier, I fish the Ohio River. The Ohio River is fished out. It is overfished. I mean, we have hundreds of people out here fishing this river, and they just hammer it 24/7. A good night here is 4 fish. I caught 8 on the tournament. Later, Hill Jack. I caught 8 on the tournament. 7 of them was on that green rod. That green rod is the only one I had a long leader on. I had 5 to 6 foot leader, and that's the only rod I caught fish on. The only rod. So, just a heads up to everybody. Cause y'all know I don't discriminate. I love everybody. I want to see people catch fish. 7 to 10 aught circle hooks. That's what I use. On all my rigs right now, I'm running 8 aught. Well, I'm running on the Tech 9 rod and on the green rod I have 8 aught double action team catfish hooks. On the flathead rod, I'm running a 10 aught hook. It's a cheaper brand, but it's a 10 aught. And the reason why I'm running 10-aught is because I run live baits on it. Because I know there's some monster flatheads over here and I want to hook into one. For anybody that just come in here recently, I've been fishing this river for 35 years. I was telling everybody earlier. My PBs before YouTube, and I can look at everybody straight face, not blink, not nothing else. I've got witnesses to this stuff, but nope. I just heard something click. I ain't got no clickers on, but everything's sitting in plastic. So, but I've been doing this fishing this river for 35 years, and I've landed some absolute monsters. Before YouTube, my personal best blue was 101 pounds. My personal best flathead was 76 pounds. Don't have pictures of them because it was 15, 20 years ago. When we didn't have cell phones, all we had the little disposable cameras. You take the picture, then you go get them developed. And so because of YouTube, I started my PBs back over from scratch. So far, my PB, and it's all from this area, because Louisville's got everything shut down right now. This is my only place I can fish out of Louisville as of right now. Out of this area, my PB blue is 39 pounds. My PB flathead is 11.5 pounds. Since then, I've done caught, last Friday, I caught a 26.5 pound out of here, a 26.5 pound blue. I think since I've been fishing this area, I think I've caught at least 10 fish, 12 fish over the 20 pound range in this area. And that's me only coming out every 2 or 3 weeks. So it's a great spot to come to, but I've got to get my PBs up. That's why I'm running big baits. Right now, I've got a channel cat on my blue rod. Got a channel cat. Earlier today, I had a piece of shrimp out on my bait rod when the channel cat was swimming through, and I caught a channel cat. He's probably about this long, about 6.5, 8 inches long. He was smaller than the bullhead I had. The bullhead I had out here, that sucker was 10 inches and this big around. But I didn't have any other bait, so I had to cut him up and use him for cut bait. Plus, he was already dying anyway because he was in a plastic bag instead of water. Because I had to rush down here tonight and didn't get a chance to set up all my other stuff. And so I caught that channel cat, and I put him on hold live, and I'm letting him out there swim. And something out there keeps on staring him because he's got that rod just doing this number. He's had that rod bouncing. It'll be still for 20 minutes, and all of a sudden it'll just start bouncing like this because something's out there staring him. There's something big over there, but whatever it is ain't committing to it. Maybe if it's a bullhead or a bluegill, they might have done it. Well, see, that's me, hog leg. I don't have any luck off of anything besides cut bait unless I'm catching channel cats. Me and my wife has that debate all the time. She's like, take you some shrimp down there. Take you some chicken livers. Take some beef livers, some hot dogs. I'm like, I'm not trying to catch channel cats. Tonight, I've caught 2 channel cats. And I'll be honest with you, I probably should have weighed that baby. And the reason why I say that is, I know y'all heard that splash. There, take 9 rod. Come on, baby, be on that. Take 9, baby, come on. Fish on. Just as we were talking about it. Woo! Come on, baby. Make sure it hooks set good. Just as we was talking about it. The Tech 9 rod strikes, y'all. Woohoo, yeah. Pick up my chair that got knocked over. God dang it. He ain't that big, but he ain't that small either. That splash with him. That splash, well, he might be bigger than I thought he was. Either he's hanging up to something. He's done crossed my other line, though. That's all right. He done crossed my other line, but that splash we heard was him because he grabbed a hold of my rod and he couldn't go nowhere. Now, I want y'all to see the action on this rod, so I'm going to turn this camera. He's pretty good size. He's trying to pull drag. Oh, yeah, he ain't too bad. He's going to tangle up all my rods. Well, I want y'all to see the action on this rod. This is that Tech 9 rod, y'all. See the action on that? Actually, y'all can't even see it. Hold on a second. I got to tire him out anyway. I want y'all to see the action on this rod. There y'all go. Beautiful action on that rod. Light it up. All right, I got to get down here and get this beast before he decides to run off. I'm guessing he's probably close. He's probably pushing 20. At least from what I can see up here, he's pushing 20. Give me a second. I got to get my grippers. Normally, I try to grab them with my gloves when I can. He is feisty. Boy, he ain't giving up, is he? He is trying his dangest to swim down bank. Come on. You ain't going nowhere. It probably would have been smart for me to check the drag, get the brand new reel. And I hadn't set the drag on it. And when he first hit, he started taking drag. Sorry, y'all, I ain't trying to blind y'all. Trying to get to my grippers and get down here to him. I got to grab me something else while I'm down there. Come on, keep on playing. I need to break this Tech 9 rod in anyway, buddy. All right, now if I can get down here, the water will be good. It's all mud down here. Oh, he might be 20. He might be 20 plus. He might be 20 plus. I just got to find a place for landing. Come on, baby. He still won't give up. He still will not give up, y'all. He's still fighting. I'm going to see if I get down this other side and get to him. Now, he's in 20s, y'all. Give me a second. He might be pushing 30. I have him hooked back. Thank you. Come on. I know you can get both of them hooked. No, you can get both of them hooked. He was just barely hooked on the inside of his mouth. All right. This is why I fish this spot, y'all. Turn the camera back. This is why I fish this spot. For anybody was asking why. There y'all go. He's a big old long one too. I hate grabbing them by the jaw like that. But yeah, that's why we go. That's why we fish this spot right there. I'm gonna get a weight on him and get him back out there because he's been fighting me for a few minutes. He fought good and hard. But we're gonna get a weight on him and then let him go. Come on, baby. Let's get you on and back out of here. Let's get you weighed and get you off here. How's that? That sounds good to you? Sounds good to me, boy. You give me a good fight. All right. He's off along for what it's saying, but it's saying 21 pounds is what that says. But I'm gonna let him go because he's fighting down these grippers. He's a little mad. Yeah, he's just a lot mad. Oh, and I can't see where I'm going. Oh, yeah, mud. Come on, buddy. Let's get you back out there. You can do it. Come on. Oh, crap. Lost that man, y'all. Back there, where you going, buddy? Go. You can go. Come on, buddy. You can do it. There you go. Whew. All right, y'all. He's a little wore out. He's a little wore out, but we got him. And my chain done went. My chain done went in the dang sand. What the heck, man? Whew. Everything I own is soaked and in the sand now. I must be getting weak in my old age because he felt heavier than 21 pounds. He's pretty long, but they said 21 pounds. I was hoping that was a flathead too. But y'all heard that splash out there. He had done grabbed that rod and he couldn't go nowhere, so he started coming up. Yeah, I was hoping it was a flathead too, Reg. That's all right. We still got a chance. That blue rod's got live bait on it. And it's out there as close as I can get it to the flathead hole. Give me a second. I'm going to get this rod redone and get it back out there. I'm just glad I caught one on it. Because the whole reason to come out here tonight was to break in this rod right here. For anybody that haven't seen the build yet, this is my Tech 9 rod that I just got done building. And I wanted to see how good it worked. Well, I say it worked pretty darn good. And I still got my bait, y'all. That's cut. What the heck was I hitting? Oh, it was my weight. That's a cut bullhead. I didn't think I hadn't had no good bites on it. We were using it before, but we took it. I'm gonna reset it up because he's gonna rip the pieces, and I'm gonna get it back out there. Get her back out there. Now I'm gonna see if I can cast this from up here. I don't know if I can, to be honest. This is one of them long leaders I was talking about. That's that leader rig I was talking about, the big one. This leader is about 6 foot, 5 or 6 foot long to get it up off the ground. And I'm gonna try to see if I can't swing it back out there after I get it untangled from the top guys and fighting that fish. Get all this other crap unhooked. Yeah, apparently they're just starting to wake up, y'all. I knew I was tangled around that line. Oh, no, I'm not. All right. See if I cast this from up here. Nah, I'm gonna have to go out there and do that because I literally got out about 10 foot from the bank, 15 foot from the bank. So give me a second, y'all. I can't accept that cast. That's better. All right. Let me reach through this bait rod real quick because I got tangled up in it because that fish got tangled up in him. I should be able to do this from up here. There you go. Bait rod back out. Right up. Yep. I was hoping it's a blue too, y'all. I mean, a flathead too, y'all, but blue will do. I don't know if that's me or not. Hold on. I don't think that's me on that. That might be me. Hold on. I don't know how I would cross over that line though. I'm gonna get off the tree. All right. I don't know how I could have drifted over that line, but apparently I did. The Tech 9 rod started bouncing again. I'm like, what's it doing? There's no way. I just put it back out there. I wasn't going to complain. But, all right. Bait rod out. no way I'm over it now. If I am, there's something wrong. All right, sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to annoy anybody in the chat. I'm trying to get these rods set back up. All righty. I said it worked. Thanks, Dan. Fishing forecast said about 3 o'clock, huh? Yes, Jody, that is on my bait rod. That is a 808. It's the Zebco Boss Hog rod. It was a Rod and Reel combo I got from Walmart. I bought it for when the kids come out and go fishing with me, because I've used 808s for years, and they've always worked good for me. And I figure, you know, the kids can't use these bait casters that I use, the Ambassadors and stuff like that, so I get them that. But that thing's a piece of junk. It honestly is. It don't work. I go to cast out, and it goes about 10 feet and stops. And then I go to hit the button again. I mean, sometimes it cast, sometimes it won't. Oh, the flathead rod, the blue one, because that's the Muddy River flathead rod. And every time I bring it out here, I have it set up for flatheads. I usually have live baits and stuff on it. That's why I call it the flathead rod. So that's what I got it set up for. But that's what we come up here for, is those. Those are becoming my average fish. Those are my averages. Just 3 now, Duggar. The baby channel cat, when I started alive, about 1.5 pound, 2 pound channel cat, and then a 22-pound blue. Now, see, I can agree with that, Jody. I've landed some monsters on the 808. Some monsters. But this 808 right here, the Boss Hog 808, it is junk. It's all plastic. I mean, the rod's nice. The rod will hold up to a lot of things. I mean, really, it honestly is a good rod. But the reel itself, the day I got it, I went to cast it out with the line they had on it. And you couldn't cast more than 20 foot. It would catch up inside there and stop. So I took it apart. I changed out the line. I put good line on there. It is 30-pound line, so I don't have much on there. But it does the same thing still. You cast out, sometimes it'll cast, and you can feel the button. Sometimes the button engages, sometimes it don't. I've taken it apart and greased it. I've taken it apart and cleaned it, and then re-greased it. I've dipped it down in the water while I've been up here. It's junk. The rods are nice. I like the rods. I think I could pull in a 50 or 60 on that rod, but the reel is just junk. All right, Holly. Yeah, they're basically the same. Y'all hear them rolling right now. They're coming out hot and heavy now. They are coming out hot and heavy. I got them rolling everywhere around me. Yes. I got them rolling like crazy right now, y'all. So if somebody did say something about the fishing forecast about 3 o'clock in the morning when they're going to hit, that's about the truth, because I tell you what, they ain't been active all night. They just started getting active. Y'all seen the 22-pounder I just landed, and now I've got 2 or 3 big ones out here chasing bait and rolling, coming up to the shop. I just had one splash out here too, so they starting to wake up. They starting to wake up, y'all. Well, see, that's what I say too, Dan. I love 808s. I normally use them like crazy. Just this 808 itself is not that great. I don't know what it is. Um, I mean, when it does cast, and it don't hang up inside there, and the button actually works like it's supposed to, that thing will cast a mile. I mean, it'll outcast my Ming Yangs and my casting rovers sometimes, my actual bait casters. It'll actually outcast these sometimes. But the problem of it is sometimes it'll go out 100 yards, other times it'll go out 5 yards, and then it just stops in midair and just drops. I lost so much bait doing that. But that's why I use it as a bait rod. That way, I've got a strong enough rod, and Tech 9 rod's getting hit again, y'all. Tech 9? Come on. But yeah, that's why I use it for a bait rod, because it works good as a bait rod. Douglas in there playing tanks on World of War, I think. He said he had to go blow up some tanks over there. Now, I'm just waiting for this blues rod to go, y'all. World of Tanks. All right. World of Tanks Blitz. Okay. I need everybody's help. Everybody's help. I need y'all to mentally visualize that blue rod bending over with a big old flathead. That's what I need. Maybe if we all go diggy diggy diggy, maybe it'll work. If you on diggy diggy. So if everybody focus on that blue rod, so we can get at the flathead, be golden. It's out there bouncing right now. There's something out there scaring it. There's something out there scaring it. I'm telling y'all. I don't know if y'all can see those little wiggles in the screen or not, but it ain't sitting still. It's like that. I'm just glad I noticed that Tech 9 rod when I did, y'all, because it would have been horrible if I wouldn't have been paying attention when I did. Because when I looked over and I saw that rod holder bouncing, if it wasn't for that rod holder bouncing, that rod is so dark because that candy red is so dark out here and everything. I would have never even known I was getting that I had a fish on there. He could have wound up taking my dang brand new rod that dude built, and I'd be mad. But now I'm happy about it because y'all got to see it in action. The rod is blue because I got eel lights on it, hog legs. I got eel lights on the blue rod. The green rod lights up green from the eel light, ear wire. Fins, what's up? They both got eel wire on them. I usually have an orange one out here with me also. Today being strange day, or it was strange day. I just built a Tech 9 rod a couple days ago. Got it finished strictly for tonight. That's why I wanted to have it done by tonight. If not, I would have had my orange rod, my blue rod, and my green rod. And the reason why I do that is, one, so y'all can see better. Y'all can see them better when we get takedowns. Two, I can see them better from across. If I'm way up on the bank or something, I can see them. And three, if I get a bite and I got my back turned and talking to y'all can say green rod, blue rod, orange rod. It just makes it easier. It's gotten to the point I don't even call them out by their names anymore. I call them blue rod, green rod, orange rod. Because the first rod I'm using right here, the blue rod, is the Chris Flores Muddy River flathead rod. I've got a Ming Yang, a blue Ming Yang reel, Ming Yang CL60 on it. The green rod is a old Prestige or something like that. It was left at my house when I moved in. I've got a Cast King Rover 60 on it, and the Tech 9 rod originally was a 9 foot old whisker rod. It was left in the house when I bought my house, and it was broke. The tip of it was broke. I put a new tip on it, so now it's 8.5 foot. And I'm running 30-pound mono leader on everything. The Tech 9 rod, since I wanted red for everything for the Red Kingdom rod, it's got the old Cajun line, 30-pound Cajun line. The green rod has 30-pound Berkley Big Game, and the flathead rod has 30-pound Berkley Chrome Spec. I have to color code everything, color match everything. I'm just particular that way. I've been customizing everything I own since I was a kid. And so I got blue lights with a blue reel and blue line. You know, my orange rod's got orange lights, orange line, orange gold reel. Uh, you know, then we got the red rod, red reel, red line. You know, I don't know. I'm just picky like that. Now y'all do know if I start getting bites, I'm gonna start kicking myself because I let that channel cat go. Me letting that 2 pound channel go or whatever, pound and a half, 2 pound channel he was. Me letting him go, I'll be kicking myself. Uh, because if I start getting good bites, I'm gonna run out of bait. Now I'm gonna be heated. Yeah, Mr. Ducker's been on it. I've had a few people in the stream tonight. A few of my mods in here tonight been dropping stream. Everybody's link like crazy. I appreciate that. Like I said, drop any links y'all need to drop. Share everybody out. You know, the more we share it, the more better off we are. I'm about to take my camera and put it right up against this flathead rod so y'all can watch that sucker bounce. He's all out there. He goes, "There's going to be something eat me. Something's going to eat me. Something's going to eat me." He's just bouncing like going crazy. He got that rod tip going 100 miles a second. And I don't know how he's doing it. And he's pulled a few times. And I don't know if it's him pulling or if it's something grabbing at him. Because them hooks on that double hook rig I got on him are only this far apart. So he's kind of cocked instead of being straight like this. He's kind of curved a little bit like this. So he can't swim real well. When I put him in the water in front of me out here, he was literally, all he could do was swim in a circle. And that circle was only like this. I mean, he couldn't go nowhere. He's just swimming in straight circles. So I don't know how he was just pulling the line down like he was a minute ago. So I don't know. It's like right now he's got that tip bouncing, but I know that's all it is him because he's probably about a half pound. He's about a half pound channel. Uh, big enough for me to get him in the corner of his mouth with a 3/0 circle hook on a full size piece of shrimp. So uh, I'd say he's probably about half pound. And he's got that tip bouncing, but that's about all he's doing with it. He knows he can't get away. He knows he can't get past them hooks. And I don't think there's a fish big enough in this water to rip him off that hook without getting hooked or without ripping my rod off the bank somehow if he thought he could do that. Because I had to hook him weird. Normally I'll hook him if I got a live bait and I got double hook rig. That Poe's doing this now. If I got a double hook rig, I'll hook one right behind the very back fin. Right before you get to the tail fin, they got that little flat fin that sticks up. I'll hook them right underneath of that, and I'll hook them usually one through the mouth. That way, like at an angle through the mouth, that way there's a hook coming out the front and one towards the back. Because they usually eat it by head first. Well, he was so big and the hook setting is so off that I had to hook him. I hooked him through the back of his tail, right there in the normal spot, right there on the top, underneath that last fin he's got, top fin he's got, right underneath of it, and then I hooked him right in front of his dorsal fin, the bone that goes right under that the dorsal fin hooks up to that causes him to pop it up. I've got it right underneath that fin. There is no way, unless they're going to break that bone, they're getting that fish loose. That's what I'm hoping, Douglas. He's out there twitching, and I've seen that rod bend like this twice. So I'm wondering if a flatty's going to try to grab him once. He's panicking. I mean, like right now, it's totally still. It'll sit still for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and won't budge. Then all of a sudden, it just goes crazy. He gets in that panic mode, something big over there, and he's like, no, I feel like a little bitty worm on a big effing hook. This big beast swimming past me going to eat me. And I've literally got him casted. Probably, I say, 5 to 10 yards, 5 to 10 yards off of a brush pile. So he's right out there in big flathead territory. You got to be nice to the fishies. If you're going to put them on there, put them right there in the big fishy faces. What time is it, y'all? 10 minutes till 3. Now, I was going to end this stream at 3. I might give it to about 3:30 since we just now started getting action. If we ain't started getting bite like crazy by 3:30, I'm going to call it done. I told my wife I wasn't going to stay out all night. Because when I got ready to leave, she goes, what time am I going to see you? 5, 6? And I was like, no. I said, maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. I said, unless I don't get no fish. And I said, I might stay till 3. But as you see, I'm glad I didn't leave at 1 o'clock. Now I gotta go home and clean everything again. I just took my personal protection gear I carried with me down here. My pew-pew. I just cleaned my pew-pew from the last trip I come down here, and I dropped it in the sand. I had it on the back of my chair, and it knocked off. I don't know how that happened because it clipped on my chair. But now, just got it clean and ready to go again. And then I thumped my dang chair over. My strange chain hit the ground. My pew pew hit the ground. Now everything's covered in mud and sand. And now I got to clean it all back up again. All back up. I can't wait to see how much mud and sand is all in the gears and the guides and everything else of this Tech 9 rod. I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm looking at the gold flake, and some of it just covered with spots of mud. So I've got it in one thing. I mean, Dan, I've got it in one that clips on. I got it with the belt clip, and I had the belt clip clipped to the back of my chair to where it wouldn't go nowhere. And I went to sit in the chair, and apparently I knocked it off the chair somehow. And so yeah, apparently I knocked it off the chair, and now I had it on this side where I wouldn't knock it off the chair, and then the whole chair tumped that way. Now my chain and everything hit sand and mud. It didn't come unchecked from the chair this time, but it just tear and all went over. You ought to, Aaron. You ought to. Man, I tell you what, you are a genius for that 7-to-7. I'm telling you. Me and my brother-in-law, like I said, I've been doing this for 35 years. My brother-in-law is one of my favorite fishing partners. Every good fish story I have, and they're all legit, every good fish story I have usually has him in it. Because we used to go fishing 3 times a week together. And we've caught some monster gar, blues, flatheads. We've caught everything. For his birthday, August 8th, I gave him a Whisker Seeker rod because I wanted him to have a good rod. He brought it out here the day after his birthday, and the handle started ripping up on it. And I was mad. Brand new rod, and the handle just peels off. But we used to have a trophy. And I thought about making another one because I got a bunch of resins and stuff at the house that I used to mill my rods. And I thought about building an actual trophy and putting like gold leafing and gold flake and do the gold powder in it to where it all looks like gold, but where it really shines like a Grammy. But we used to have a trophy we passed around. And there was like 6 of us in total in Louisville that used to fish together. And we would have tournaments every weekend. Or if I won the trophy, when my buddies called me out, he'd be like, "I'm calling you out this Saturday. We're going to go, and biggest fish takes the trophy." You know, it's fun, man. It's fun. And that 7-to-7 was just awesome. There's not enough bank tournaments. There's people like me that can't afford a boat, and probably wouldn't know what to do if they had a boat that fish the bank, and we don't get in the tournament. They don't give us the chance. And the fact that you opened the 7-to-7 up to pretty much everybody, it gives everybody a chance, you know. And we all have fun doing it. You know, I didn't win, or nothing, but I had the best time of my life. It honestly was the best time of my life. And like I said, I fished the Ohio River and I caught 8 fish that night. That was a great night. And one of them was 21 pounds, 22 pounds, about the size of the one I just let go. You know, I can't complain. You know, but yeah, I think you should. See, we had that too. We had that too, Reg. We had you remember the when the WWE was actually the WWF, and you could buy, it was a plastic belt. So the cover looked like a belt, but the belt was actual real leather. You could buy the real ones. We had one of those we passed around too. But yeah, we used to do all that. And I mean, it's fun, man. It's fun. You call somebody out and everything else. But like you said, the shipping alone, to ship it back and forth would be so ridiculous. You know, if you called out somebody, you know, from another state and then you had to ship it to them because they won, or they had to ship it, I mean, that thing would get expensive. Would get very expensive. That belt would cost, by the time you're done with it, that belt be a $3,000, $4,000 belt, because that's how much it doesn't cost to ship it. Dan, you might not have much luck on the 7-7, brother, but you did an awesome job. I tell you what, that rod holder you got is off the chain. It is off the chain. We could see your rods and your rod holders at all times. We could see you clearly. You had good, I mean, everything was perfect. You know, sometimes you get them orders, man. It's like today. I mean, besides that one decent fish, today ain't been nothing. Couple channel cats. You seen how small they were, you know, and I don't catch channel cats in this water. But, you know, you seen what that was. I mean, there's days I'll come out here and it's like happens in threes. I'll come out here and I'll get skunked. 3 days in 3 trips in a row, I'll get skunked out. And then I'll come back and I'll land a 25, 30 pounder. And then I'll come back out, land, you know, 5, 10 pounder. You know, then I come back out and get skunked 3 more days in a row. I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The 7-7 was, Aaron had the most, he had the best idea there is. It honestly is. To give us bank fishermen a chance, for real. And like I told my wife, I don't care if I win. I was just told it like I told everybody. I don't care if I win. I just ain't skunking. I'm not skunking out. And I did not. I come out. I came. I showed. And I put on some fish. All right, fans. Thanks for stopping in. But I put on some fish. I went back and watched that video. Fast forwarding through it for the fun of it. Looking for that takedown where I had on the flathead rod when I had that takedown to see if you could actually see it or if they had somebody else pulled up on it. And as I was going through it, I noticed I only caught one fish that night that was under 10 pounds. One fish. But yeah, I mean, that's not a bad night. When you can say you landed 8 fish in one night, even if it's 12 hours, that's one night. I'm used to going out for 16, 18 hours. So 12 hours is nothing. But you go out for a 12 hour for one night, you catch 8 fish, and all but one of them be over 10 pounds. That's a good night. To me, that's a good night. And that's what irks me about my brother-in-law. My poor old brother-in-law, he's been working to death. I give him that new rod, and every time we come out here, it's like tonight. He didn't. He was at work. He didn't want to get, when he got off work, he done said he didn't want to come out. You see, I landed the couple channels. And I landed that 21 pounder. If he was to come out, we'd get skunked. I don't know what it is. The last time I come out here with him, it was hilarious because I literally, no exaggeration, my 2 rods bent in half and I couldn't hook up on them. They bent in half. His rod sit out there, got one nibble the whole night. I had 12 bites that night that should have hooked up and didn't. He had one nibble. I don't know what the heck it is. I don't know if his luck has just changed or what, but it's been insane. 47%. I think I'm going to change my battery pack around. My phone's only at 47. That's that cheap power bank. Because I hooked that cheap power bank up. My phone was at 100% when I come down here. I had that cheap power bank hooked up to it, and it's down to 47 now. And I need to check the light, the one I got the light hooked up to, because I've been on for 5 hours live now. Oh, come on, quit bouncing and go over. And I bet you it's still above 90. I bet it's still above 90. %97. 5 hours of running this ring light, and I'm at 97%. That is insanity. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like that, Dan. I mean, sometimes there's fish there, sometimes there ain't. You know, I didn't know what I was gonna do. I wish y'all could have seen things. I honestly wish y'all could have seen things an hour before the tournament started. If y'all would have saw me on this bank an hour before that tournament started, y'all would have been rolling. Rolling. Let me find my light. I'm gonna show y'all something. Y'all know how this tree right here was underwater, and I was climbing up to this tree right here. That's the tree I was climbing up in. Well, right here on the ground, right here, you see that log right there? That wasn't there. That was one that just popped up here recently. There was a log blocking. I've got a little area. When that's flooded, I've got an area this big to pull my fish through. This big is all I have. So I had to get against this tree, and I had to guide them through and then walk them up the bank. That's how I got to get them in when it's flooded up here. Okay. I come down here, and there was this big old log about this big. It looked like a giant butt. Okay. No exaggeration. It looked like a big butt. Was sitting right in the corner. The spot where I pulled them through, the giant butt was blocking. And it was just sitting there bouncing back and forth, back and forth. And I'm like, really? So I literally climbed down this tree the best I could, and I had my foot on this dang log. And I was trying to pick this log up to push it under to get it to go, because it was stuck under this log, to try to clear out space to get this opened up. I wound up going into the water up to my kneecaps. Still didn't get the log free. And then an hour before the tournament ended, I'm sitting here. I done went in the water twice. An hour before the tournament ended, this tree bounced because of the weight from a barge going through. I walked out here. I put my foot on that thing. I kicked it, and I took a stick and pried up this tree, and finally got it broke loose and it went down river. An hour before the tournament ended. The whole night I was down here having to put my foot. I got a fish on the line. I'm pushing my foot down in the water at an angle like this, pushing the tree away, the log this way to where I could pull the fish through my little opening. If not, I was dragging them over top of the other log. It was a nightmare. Yeah, Willie. I mean, that's how it happens for me. That's how it happens for me a lot of times. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm surprised we got anything tonight, and that because I ain't got no good bait. And you know, when I started catching all of them on the bait rod, I'm like, Yeah, they're going for small hooks tonight. These big old monster hooks I got ain't gonna do jack. They want small bait. And that's usually my luck too. That's usually when I get them bigger ones, is when I've got the smaller tackle out. But no exaggeration, my brother-in-law goes down to my mother-in-law, his mom lives in a trailer park, and they've got two nice ponds there. If you live in a trailer park, you're allowed to fish them ponds. If not, you're not allowed to. They let me and him fish it because our mother lives there, and it's full of bluegill, and there's some catfish in there. No exaggeration. He had a size 10 eagle claw uh, salmon egg hook. Now this hook is this big. I mean, it's microscopic, and he hooked about 11-pound channel cat and pulled him in on a Spider-Man pole with a little baby hook. 11-pound fish. Yeah, Aaron, they're going to. I mean, it's just begun. All you did was, you just started something that can go on forever. And now you're talking about, like you said, doing bank call outs. It's like that has thing. Do you has what it takes? He said, anybody call me out. And of course, me, I'm cocky. I don't care. What's worst case scenario? I lose. Whoop-dee. At least I got to go out. I got to go out and had a chance to have some fun. So I done called him out. I done told him. I called him out. I called him out the night. Matter of fact, I was still in his live stream when I sent him the message on his Gmail saying I wanted to call him out on a bank tournament, biggest fish. I can't do most fish because he fishes the Potomac, and I can't mess with Potomac on the Ohio River. Not from the bank, I can't. But I call him out for the biggest fish. And I'll probably lose. I ain't gonna lie. Potomac's got more fish. More fish means better chance of catching big fish. But that don't mean I ain't gonna try. I can promise you I'll be ready for it. If it's on a Saturday or a Friday or Saturday or something like that, I can promise you. If it's on Friday or Saturday, by that Tuesday, I will have my bait tank full with the biggest gills I can get, some carp, whatever I can get. I will come out hot and heavy. I might lose, but I'm a losing style. All right, y'all. I'm gonna give this stream about 20 more minutes, and I'm gonna go ahead and call it quit, unless we get another monster on. While I still got light above me, to pack up my stuff and get up the hill. But we're gonna keep this stream going for at least another 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, really, it's the truth, Aaron. I mean, Willie. It honestly is. I gained about 10 new subscribers, and they've been cool people, real cool people. That's what I was saying earlier. This catfish community is awesome. It is the best community there is. I'm one of the people that I've always been. I could come out here on this bank right now and catch 50 fish back to back if they was out here. All of them be 85 pounds, and have somebody walk up and be like, "Man, what are you using for bait? Because I'm not catching nothing down here." And I'll pull my rod in, show them my exact rig, give them a chunk of bait, tell them where to cast to. I don't care because I want everybody to catch a fish. I want everybody to catch fish. You know, we all stand behind each other, and that's what I love about this community. The catfish community is second to none. But it would be nice to get another fish. Flathead rod's still twitching, but it's all it's doing. I really like for something to take that rod down and me hook up on it, because not just so I can catch a flathead, uh, but I really hate the fact of me using a channel cat for bait. I usually don't do that. I usually let them all go. So I kind of feel bad using it for bait. And I know for a fact by the time I get done with it and get it back in and get them hooks out of it, it ain't going to live. So me letting it go where it's not going to be no big deal. I'm going to let him go, but he's not going to live. If I'm going to kill him like I have, because he's pretty much dead already. He's out there alive swimming. But the second I put him on the, I give a death sentence the first second I put him on that hook. And if I'm going to kill him, I'd rather kill him for a reason, not just for him to sit out there swim and be tortured. Yeah, that's awesome, Willie. That's awesome. See, that first 1K is the hardest part to get to. You know, the higher you get, the faster you start climbing, I've noticed. I don't know what it is. I guess because you get out there in the YouTube algorithm or whatever more. I don't know if it shows up in the algorithm more or what, but yeah. Yeah, once you get to that first 1K, you start getting they start putting your videos out more. Now for a minute there, I was getting a lot of subscribers back to back too, because Palmetto Cats Kevin, Mark from Catfish and Crappie, they all started sharing me out like every night. Just every time I go live, they're like, 10 shares back to back. And because of their being bigger channels, I'd go in, my wife would go in there, or I go in there on my other account, because I got another account that I use at the house, and my videos would actually pop up because they was shared out so many times that they just show up automatically. So, and that helps a lot too. Might have 2 contenders, huh? Cool. What I think you ought to do, Rex, with this, you got the 7-7 on lock. I'm telling you, the 7-7 is going to be an awesome tournament that you can do over and over and over again. What you ought to start doing is putting the champions against each other. Calling them out, be like, okay, y'all the 4 winners, or the 5 or whatever that there's going to be. Uh-oh. Come on, baby, take it. You hitting it. You hitting it. You hitting it and stop. Man, come on. Boy, he started hitting that rod again. I was getting excited. It was like, yes. I'm like, oh, yeah. But, yeah, you got what? 5 categories? Put the 5 against each other on a sudden death. That would be nice. It'd be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool. I still think it's hilarious that John took off to the Potomac. Something's still out there playing with that Tech 9 rod. It just started moving again. But yeah, I think it's funny that John took off his Potomac and got himself a coach. Put me back in, coach. Put me back in, coach. That's all right. I'm glad he did though, because what he said, he don't have no blues in his waters, and he hadn't caught no blues. So now he's caught his blues. He's got his blues now. All right, I'm gonna step back for a second, take a potty break, and hope this red rod takes off because it was just bouncing like crazy. Um, but yeah, I'm hoping that this red rod does what it was just doing a minute ago because it's been like this for the last few minutes. It went down probably that much. It bent over that far, just and then it was basically trying to take it down, then it stopped. So I'm hoping he comes back for it. But I gotta take a potty break because I've been down in this Mountain Dew while I've been out here. And I got a bladder the size of a grape. Size of a grape. Come on, baby. One more fishy. I know y'all out there because I just seen the red rod bounce. And I know there's something scaring the blue rod. No, my other phone's going crazy. I got it down inside the chair and it's doing some stupid stuff. I don't know what it's doing. Let's take a potty break, y'all, and we'll see what happens. What happens? All right. Woo-hoo. Yeah, I've got to definitely go home and change my clothes before I walk in the house. If not, the next time y'all see me, I wouldn't have to put on makeup to make my eyes look black. I promise you. My wife gonna do it for me. Y'all gonna see me, my nose y'all swole up, my eyes y'all messed up. And first thing y'all gonna say is, what happened? And somebody in the chat's gonna be like, what happened? He walked in the house before with that muddy ass shoes. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where Aaron, that you gotta every time you go to do it, you're gonna notice things that you think could have been done differently, and it might be able to be done better or whatever the next time. And that's all you can do is just keep it going until you figure it out. Get it figured out exactly the best way to do it. But I honestly think dude did an amazing job, man. And Becca, the first night, she's the hostess with the mostest. She was awesome. I love that woman. I love that woman to death. She is an awesome person, and she does an amazing job at all this. She did an amazing job Friday, for sure. Oh crap, mud. sliding. So I was hoping we're gonna have a takedown, y'all. I was hoping to God we'd have a takedown. Went to go take care of business and stuff, and usually as soon as I walk away to take a potty break or do anything else, it's rods down. What happened earlier twice. Had that channel cat hit right when I went to walk away, and then I had to fight with the blue earlier. So I know it's turned out to be a beautiful night tonight. Temperature finally started dropping a little bit. It ain't 110 degrees no more. They're starting to roll again. Starting to roll good again. Guess they're starting to wake up. Maybe we'll get lucky next few minutes and get a bite. I'd love to end the stream on a good note as far as pulling in at least one more nice one. Something at least over 10 pounds. I'd like to snag in one of them 60s and 80-pound ones out there. Yeah, that didn't really bother me for real though, Aaron. For real that he went to the Potomac. It didn't bother me either way it goes. Fishing is fishing, no matter what body of water you're in. And I mean, some people pretty much have to move to a different location to get fish. I tell you right now, if I could get to the spot that I normally would go to, if they didn't chase people off, and if it wasn't due to the gangs and stuff running that area right now, I could probably land a lot more fish, a lot bigger fish. And the reason why I say that is because I could be right there on the McAlpine Lock and Dam area, right at the locks, and there are some monsters down there. That's where we caught most of our monsters at. But the problem of it is now every time we head down there, they got it shut down. You know, it's like that's why I come here. Up until today, I have not. Well, this is only the second time I've ever seen anybody else fish in this area, and they was fishing my flathead hole down here. Other than that, I've never seen nobody come down here and fish. It's peaceful. Nobody ever comes down here and bothers you. As y'all see, there are big fish in here. So it's a good spot. I don't never have to worry about the cops. I don't have to worry about, anything else. I don't have the game warden coming down here bothering me every 10 minutes. I mean, I got my license anyway, but they ain't down here every 10 minutes checking my bait and seeing what I'm using and everything else, which is good. But I tell you what, if they didn't have everything shut down the way they shutting it down and stopping people from going places, I'd have a lot better spot to fish. Of course, that is in my waters too, because I wouldn't be leaving state. But yeah, we're gonna have a special live one day, hopefully. If I can get back to the docks where we used to fish at, where me and my brother-in-law used to fish at, I'm gonna take y'all back in time. Even if we don't catch a fish, I'm taking y'all back in time. We're gonna call it Another Dimension Live because we're going to another dimension. I'm putting all my big gear away, all my expensive gear, my good, you know, my big rod. We're going back to the old basics, just like I did back in the 90s. We're going to do things like I was doing them back in the 90s when we was actually catching fish. 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, you did, Willie. You did. Dan was getting a little nervous there, boy. I'm just glad somebody beat a small fish. I did. Something's pulling at my blue rod. I know that's not him bending that rod like that. It's moving it by this much. That's not him doing that. Maybe something's finally deciding they want to eat it. But yeah, I'm just glad I was gonna target them small fish too, Willie. You seen the two small ones I pulled out of here, little bitty babies. I didn't think anything would beat them. I honestly didn't think anything would beat them. And then you pulled in one half the size of those. I'm like, man, it's over. Yeah, Willie's going down. I don't think Willie's gonna go down, Aaron. I don't. I don't think you own a small enough hook and a small enough rod. I've seen your gear. You don't go for small fish. You go for big fish. You're like I am. You're a trophy cat fisherman. You don't play with the baby. Unless I'm using it for bait, I don't throw out anything that's not set up to catch a 30 or 40. You got Willie, okay. Aaron gonna be out there with a bluegill rod, like, I got you. I'm a, he gonna come out there with this microscopic rod and be like, some bait we never heard of, and be like, I'm catching them fresh out the egg sack. These things just hatched. I'm their first meal. Got a Mr. Crumpy rod. You see my limits of bait rods. Zepco Boss Hog. It's my bait rod. I actually had a Doc Demon, and I had a couple of little cheap Shakespeare's that I use for the creek. Other than that, I won't use anything smaller than this big 808 right here for bait when I'm at the river. All right, come on, baby. One more fish. Come on. One more good takedown. Take down that blue rod so we can get rid of that channel cat so he didn't die for no reason. I'm still gonna try to salvage him. If I can keep him alive when I get him up on the bank, if he's still alive and I can get them hooks out without ripping him open too much, I'm gonna try to get him out off there and where he'll live. Yeah, the big ones are out there rolling, y'all. They is out there rolling around chasing these bait fish. But for some reason they just ain't hitting right this minute. And that's why the channel cat bite stopped. Yeah, I know you got a chance to win it all. I just want to see you win something, Aaron. And if you don't win, I want to see you still put a smackdown on some people. If you don't beat that big fish or whatever, I want you to do what I did and at least land some 20s. At least come in there and be like, I got something for y'all. Smack. Pulling at least 10 or 15 of them 20s back to back, 25 or whatever. Of course, you got some competition coming your way, Aaron. You got a lot of competition. You got Big Mike. You got Alicia. And with LG Bass. You got a bunch of big competition coming your way Saturday. Y'all put the heavy hitters all on one weekend. Y'all had that set up nice. Because most of the people that was in last Fridays, like me, Willie, Dan, we all hang out in like the same stream, talking to everybody all the time, going in each other's lives all the time. You pinned us all together, all all the boys together on one night that normally hang out on each other's streams. You pinned us all together one night, and then you got all the big boys, Big Mike and everything else, all on one. You set it up right. Yep, that's what I'm saying. You got it set up right. You do. This, I promise you, I'm gonna be watching as much of it as I can watch. I should have. Hopefully, I'll have my daughter that weekend. I haven't had her. I normally during school, I normally get her every weekend. I haven't had her the last 2 weekends because of fairs in session. I don't know if I'll have her this weekend or not. But best believe that TV's gonna be on. I'm gonna hide the remote, and yeah, I'm gonna keep it on and be listening. Even if I can't watch it, even if I got stuff to do with her, if I'm in that house, that I'm gonna be watching that TV, at least out the corner of my eye. I did too, Dan. It was just awesome. It honestly was. Of course, I don't think there's any way to group us together wrong anyway, though, for real. I mean, that's just to be honest. But yeah, they got all the big hitters on the next one. They got all the big hitters. Big Mike, LG Bass, Aaron. To see if there's any body of water in this country that can come close to the Potomac, it's the Tennessee River. We all know there's some monsters in the Tennessee River. The James River's got quite a few fish, but nothing like the Tennessee River's got. Oh yeah, fish on, fish on. Well, see, when I first started my channel, Willie, my plan was to do my old original stuff. See, we never said fish on when we was fishing. Me and my brother-in-law, we get a bite like one time, and if we got a hook up, be like, got him. That's the way we. I mean, I'm sorry, it's Dan. I was reading Willie's too, but yeah, And it's the same thing. I was gonna really originally start my channel out instead of going fish on. I was gonna yell, got him, one time. But since I've been out here doing it, I ain't done that once. It's automatically, oh, fish on, fish on. Yeah, that's how to do it, Reg. Put them in a hat. Or if you get enough people going in or whatever, get that little wheel thing that Becca and them uses and spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Be like, all right, the 8 people that pop up, y'all the ones that's gonna be in the 7 to 7. Then you can just get away with doing it for 1 week instead of 2 weeks and everything else, and it'd be easier for you to control it, and then you can do it, another one later on. Do one every. Dang, you got that bouncing. Do one every month, 1 month or something, 1 every 2 months, and then at the end of the year, be like, all right, the champions are going against the champions in the last one for the year. But yeah, I think you've created something that's just beyond belief. I do. It's awesome. And I was very, very, very excited to be a part of it. And I was going to end this stream 10 minutes ago, but I'm just now starting to see fish roll. I'm pretty sure the wife's asleep because she's got to get my son up from school in the morning, or our son up for school in the morning. He's probably asleep anyway, so I'll probably keep it going till 4. It's only 18 minutes away. I got a barge coming. It might wake them up. My light seems to be doing good. The temperature's just now dropping. Which means me carrying all that gear up this hill won't be as hot. Yeah, y'all might not catch as many fish, Aaron, but the fish that y'all count or catch are actual fish. That's for sure. There are some monsters. I'm talking absolute monsters in the Tennessee River. I know I want to go down there with Big Mike. He wanted me to come. He said something about having me redo one of his rods. I was joking around. My wife said I ought to call him and be contact and be like, you want a rod built instead of having to pay for the shipping and all the materials? Here's what it's going to cost. It's going to cost gas money to get me down there and a fishing trip. For real. But at the same time, I can't make it. I can't make it out of Louisville. I don't have a vehicle that make it down the block right now. I got 4 vehicles in my driveway and can't drive none of them. Oh, they was fish. Even though one of my fish would have ate all of his and still been hungry, they was fish. I'm just saying, everybody was pulling them in so fast, and they're like, well, if it ain't big enough to count, so I'm going to throw it back, 3-pounder, 4-pounder, 3-pounder, 4-pounder, 5-pounder, throw it back. When y'all catch fish, it's more like 25-pounder, 30-pounder, 40-pounder. I got no doubt in my mind whatsoever. I want to get to Potomac too. I want to get them out of the way. I just read that wrong, but yeah, I want to get them out of the way too. But at the same time, I also want to get down to the Potomac one time because a lot of people that's fishing the Potomac, they've only been fishing these rivers for, you know, year or two, couple years. I've been fishing rivers and currents and everything else for 35 years. I've got a lot more tricks and techniques that I don't use because I don't have the fish to use them on. That's why I was joking around with Haz and everybody. And when I said I hate to see what happened if a real fisherman hit the Potomac, to get me up on the bank of the Potomac where I was at, and I can promise you I'll probably pull in 50, 60 in one night. But I got no doubt in my mind. There is zero doubt in my mind that come Friday, big fish is going down. I got no doubt in my mind big fish is gone Friday. The new big fish is going to be in the 40s. They're on T. Yeah, that's the only thing that saved them. The bad about it is, if they wouldn't have caught that when I would have had the biggest fish of the night. I had the second biggest fish of the night with that 22 pounder. Or, yeah, 22, 23, something like that. I don't remember. 21. That was the second biggest fish of the night. But like I said, come this Friday, it ain't going to matter. That big fish will go down for sure this Friday. See, like I've been telling everybody, and I'm not, like I said it in my stream, Mike's been playing everybody. Yeah, Mike has them days where he goes out just like me and just like everybody else. He has them bad days. Don't get me wrong. Everybody has them. He's had too many bad days in a row. He ain't using bait. He's sitting down there psyching everybody out. He's waiting. He's waiting at 7-on-7. I mean, 7-7. He's waiting for that, and he's going to bust out a 40, 50. You watch and see. He thinks he's slick. Yeah, the bar's going through. He's taking his time. I was hoping he'd hurry up and get through here so I can get through this wake that he's going to cause, and also so he can wake up the fish. But he's taking his time and creeping. That's all right. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll the sun's out there scaring my kennel cat on that flathead rod. Maybe we'll get lucky and this barge will scare whatever's scaring it and make it take my bait and run. Yeah, way too many bad days, Willow. Way too many bad days. Oh, me one fish all night? I've gotten 3. 2 of them really don't count. But yeah, he's had way too many bad nights in a row. And that's not like them. Oh, I guarantee it. And big fish is going down. Oh, you had one fish. I'm sorry, Willow. I've only had one real fish tonight. I mean, the first channel cat I caught was a ½ pound, if that. He's live bait. He's live bait there swimming on my blue rod. And the other one might have hit 2 pounds. So I don't count him either. He's bait side. So that 22 pounder I just caught that I caught about an hour ago, only real fish I've caught all night. No, reason why I say that, Dan, is because it's not like the body of water that he fishes. It's not. I've never seen anybody go out to the Tennessee River where Big Mike fishes at and have 3 or 4 bad days in a row. I've never seen it happen. Uh, if it happens, there's a reason for it, and usually the reason is either one, you're fishing on credit the whole time, or two, them fish are laying around somewhere waiting. They are waiting. They ain't eating that day. And if they ain't eating that day, they'll be eating the following week. Yeah, it's gonna happen. That's me, Aaron. That's me. That's all I wanted to see with the Potomac go down. That's all I wanted to see with the Potomac go down. And that's why I was messing with Brian B so much. I got nothing but respect for Brian B. He's a good guy. I love him to death. Uh, but I just get so tired of hearing the Potomac this, the Potomac that, the Potomac this. That's why I came after him. I'm like, when I put that hat together, Brian B. Wishing, yeah, it's one of those things where I'm just tired of hearing Potomac this, Potomac that. I'm ready to see him go down. See, the Potomac has numbers. They do. They've got numbers. They had, you're talking about like the Ohio River where I fish, the Tennessee River, the James River. All three of them rivers are heavily fished. I mean, the catfishing in those rivers, I mean, this is like them rivers get pounded. I mean, I guarantee you tonight, no exaggeration, and I'm down in way out in the middle of nowhere. I'm literally out in the middle of nowhere where I fish at. And I can almost guarantee you right now that if you was to walk, I'm hit the green rod. If you walk, 20 miles, if you could walk down this bank 20 miles this direction towards downtown Louisville, I can guarantee you there's at least 300, 400 people fishing the Ohio tonight. I guarantee you there's 300 people fishing the Ohio River tonight, up and down this river. It's just heavily fished. The Potomac ain't like it. They don't. You've got maybe 25, 30 people that catfish the Potomac. Rest of them don't. They all bass fish it. And now they was been talking when I was watching DMV fish before Has and them, before I even knew who Has and everybody was I was watching DMV and they was talking about trying to kill all the blues and kill all the flatheads. Telling people if they catch a blue or a flathead to throw them up on the bank and let them die. I'm like, you know what that's going to do to that river? That river is going to be worse than the Ohio River. Commercial fishing's taking all our fish. It's starting to get better, but yeah, they start pulling out them blues and them flatheads out of the Potomac. It's gonna get ugly. It honestly is. That river's not gonna be worth anything anymore. Well, that's the thing. Donkey baits is the way to go. Sometimes, Willie. Sometimes they don't work. I mean, you got to have fish. There's the thing about it is you got to also have fish in that area that are hungry enough to want them donkey bait. Here lately, the fish have been finicky. I don't know what it is. You know, one day I'll come down here, and this is no exaggeration. One day I can come down here and throw donkey bait and just kill them. I'm talking, 5, 6, 4 or 5 fish, which, like I said, 4 or 5 fish for me is a good night because of me fishing the Ohio River. But I can come down here with donkey baits one night and just kill them. Bam, bam, bam. Next day, come down here with big baits and not get a bite all night. Switch down to a small bait and catch fish. Sometimes they're just picky. I know I'm getting tired of doing these one fish lives. Well, today technically was a three fish live, but if you want to call those two of them fish a fish, I can't do it myself personally. I'm one of them people that if it's bait size to me, if that's something I would do for bait, it ain't fish. Oh man. And I'm really liking this light. This light is pretty nice. I might try to use the light my brother gave me mounted to it and find out if it works too. Other phone come out of the case and now it's doing whatever it wants to do. Sorry, y'all, I done hit it off screen enough. I just gotta get. I'm tired of running off to try to smoke. And come on, you piece of junk. There we go. Back in the case you go. Come on. There you go. You can do it. Sorry, y'all. I'm tired of running off the screen to smoke, and I think we've only got 12 people in here now, and I think most of them are probably smokers and don't let it don't bother them. Yeah, that's what I say too, Willie. Headphones. I got two of them. And I don't even know how I'm gonna pay my phone bill. I don't know how I'm gonna pay my phone bill this month, but I got two of them. I gotta have two because one, in order for me to do these live streams, I gotta have another phone with me because my wife being disabled, because my wife's disabled, my sister's handicapped, and my daughter lives with somebody else. So I have to be. They've got to be able to get a hold of me 24/7 if something happens. And like I told them, I can't do a live and not put my phone on do not disturb. It's got to be on do not disturb to do a live. If not, I have people calling in, cutting it out, and everything else. That happened the first time I tried to do a live. So I wound up getting a second phone, and I use it strictly for my YouTube. My wife didn't understand when I did it. She's like, "Why are you getting a second phone?" I said, "One, I need a new phone anyway. My old phone, the one I use every day, is junk. I mean, this thing is. I've had it for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. It literally the biggest camera on there, best camera, is 5 megapixels. That's how bad of cameras they are. At least with the dang new camera I've got like I think 14 megapixel or something like that for the front facing camera. The good camera is like 14 megapixels. I'm like, I gotta get a better camera anyway. And I was gonna get just a new phone and upgrade my phone. And I was like, well, you know what? The problem with it is I need people to be able to get a hold of me if they need to, if it's an emergency. So I might as well just get me a second phone and be done with it. Really, hog leg. Dang, that's awesome. I've never caught a flathead on shrimp. I've been using shrimp all night. I've had shrimp out all night. That's what's on my bait rod. For the first 2 hours, or hour and a half, 2 hours I was here, that green rod had two pieces of shrimp on it. I've never caught one on shrimp. Now I did catch a baby flathead on night crawlers up here one night when this was actually flooded underwater like it was last week. I was casted out and I caught a baby flathead. I'm talking, he was this long, little about pound and a half, 2 pounds, about the size of the channel cat I got on here. Well, a little bit bigger than a channel cat I got on here. And I caught him on Nightcrawler. Never caught him on shrimp. He pulled in a 53 pounder on a Berkley big game rod. That's good. I got two Berkley big game rods at the house that are brand new. Uh, and I've seen monsters pull in on those rods. Something's really got that same bullhead. I mean, that channel cat scares. I'm hearing the plastic and the rod bouncing back and forth in the plastic. That's why I keep on looking over there. And uh, yeah, I mean, I've seen some big fish pulled in on them. I'm supposed to be building Becca a custom rod. She wants a casting rod, and I'm probably going to use one of my Berkeleys uh, because I want. If I'm going to get her a rod, give her a rod build, do a rod build for her. I want a rod that I know is going to hold up to something. I don't want some just bull crap. Uh, I'm not going to be able to order like a Muddy River rod or something like that. And I've personally seen people pulling beats on them Berkeleys. Me too. Cut skipjack. If I can get skipjack, I will use cut skipjack over anything. The night of the catch and cook tournament, I was out here and I didn't catch anything but that skipjack and a small carp. I kept that skipjack and he was up here dead on the bank for probably 2 hours, 3 hours before I even used him. And I went live right afterwards. And I caught a nice 22 pounder, that's like the one I caught earlier tonight, uh, on it. But the whole night, my rods was just like this the whole night. I couldn't, I don't know why I wasn't hooking. I know they was doing short bites because I was using such big bait. But I tell you what, if I would have had the double hook stinger rigs I'm running right now, I couldn't imagine how many fish I would have got caught that night. Because I literally almost lost 3 rods that night. Literally. Yeah, it's a pretty rod though, Aaron. It's a pretty rod. Yeah, I started making all these custom rods for myself um, for the fun of it because, I mean, I customize everything I own. I've always been that way since I was a kid. Started off with bikes and then went to cars and then motorcycles and then fishing rods. I mean, I don't think I've owned anything. All my pew pews, pretty much. I've owned almost every one of my own has been customized. Uh, I've just always been that kind of person. I'm good with my hands. I was a mechanic for 30 years. And it's like I started doing these custom rods, and I've got so many people on TikTok and YouTube asking me, how much it costs to build them, and I don't know what to do with them. I don't. Pete, what is up, brother? The lawnmower and standard, huh? But yeah, I mean, it's like I've got all these custom rods I'm building right now. I'm working on 4 at one time, and I got a bunch of people wanting them, but I had to find a good supplier and uh find a good shipping service. I'm having so much issues right now I was supposed to do a 250 subscriber giveaway. It wasn't gonna be nothing big. I was supposed to do, some hooks, um, and stuff like that. A couple packs of hooks, some rattles, and stuff like that. And then I had to turn around and reship 5 packages that I'd already paid for and shipped. So now I'm like, it's like, I don't know how I'm gonna ship anything now. That post office I've been using, the one that's by me, they have lost 16 to this date. Has lost 16 packages I've sent. I sent out 8 of real nice packages. I had a big spool of like 1,200 yards of uh, Sufex 80-pound mono. Had some rigs in there, had a bunch of hooks in there, all kinds of stuff. They still can't find it. They don't know what they did with it. They finally sent me the money I spent to ship it, but I didn't get nothing back for what they lost. And I've had to reship all my stickers out, and I've sent them out twice now. I've had to send out my stickers twice because people wasn't getting them. And now I had ordered through Teesprings is who I was ordering my stickers from. I'm finding a new company now, but I was ordering through Teesprings, and I only ordered 20 stickers, and I'm literally down to my last 2 stickers because I had to send them out over and over and over and over again. Oh, I understand that, Dan. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. I literally, no exaggeration, I'm down to my checking account is $3 in my account. My credit card is maxed. I maxed it out um, last week. I maxed it out because August 8th and 9th and was my wife's and my daughter's birthday. So I maxed out my credit card. And now they're saying they don't know when I can go back to work. I can't go back to work until way after, at least after the 30th. I get my neural scan on the 30th to find out what my fate is on that. So I need to find me a supplier for these rods. Find a good company to use. But yeah, I've got 4 cars in my driveway right now, Dan. That's no exaggeration. 4 freaking cars in my driveway. I got a 99 Mercury Mountaineer. It still starts and runs. I can actually drive it if I had the insurance switch back over. But it gets 10 miles a gallon. It's got death wobble, so I can't take it on the expressway. I've got a brand new engine to put in it. Brand new engine. I mean, well, parts. I've got from the block up, I've got all brand new parts. Been sitting there for 3 years. Haven't had time to fix it. And then I've got that. We got a 99 Dodge Grand Caravan. It's the vehicle we're driving right now. The front end's about to fall off of it. When they replaced the transmission on it last, right before we got it, they broke 2 of the bolts in the transmission pan off. So it leaks transmission fluid. And of course, with all the shortages, it takes the ATF plus 4. And we can't find it nowhere. So it's to the point where we're going to have to park it. My wife just picked up a 2002 Hyundai XT350 or CX350, whatever it is. I just started rebuilding it, and I've got it halfway running. but she's got to find tires and wheels for it because they're leaking. Every one of them leaks so bad, and they're brand new tires. Um, but they leak out so fast that I air them up the next day to flat. So, and I've got, of course, I got my POS cruiser, and I can't figure out why it won't shift while the gears bushings want to keep on popping. So yeah, I'm in the same boat. You say the Hellcats are breaking? Ooh. They ain't breaking my rods. I ain't broke a rod in years. I mean, I ain't broke a rod in years. Well, I can't say that. I broke some cheap junk rods, but that was doing stupid stuff. Those little Shakespeare bass rods and stuff like that, running like, 15, 18 pound test line, snagged up and start yanking on them. That's about the only way I broke a freaking rod. These rods right here, ones I've been using, y'all have seen it in my lives and everything else. I've had them things bent over in half. I mean, just almost touching the ground. And they ain't broke. Heck, that 21 pounder or 22 pounder I just landed on this Tech 9 rod. That Tech 9 rod wasn't even stressing. It wasn't even stressing. It didn't even get halfway to its max point. I would definitely feel comfortable pulling in a 100 pounder on that rod. And it's a cheap $35 rod. Originally it was. You talking about the Mad Catz rods, Aaron? I know Mad Catz is supposed to have some of the best customer service there is. They're supposed to have some of the best customer service there is, and their rods are just beautiful. That's what I'm waiting to get. I mean, if I wouldn't have been put on sick leave away from work uh, like I was, I'd probably own a couple Mad Catz myself. Uh, that and an Uncle Lou's. I think I'm the only person fishing in the catfish community on YouTube that don't own an Uncle Lou's. And I would have done order one by now because those rods look nice and I heard they're awesome. Everything I've seen about them just screams, yeah, you'll love it. That's what I keep on hearing. But yeah, I ain't gonna be able to do nothing for a couple months. I'm gonna be so far behind. But it's coming. It's coming. I got to definitely get me. Chad, what is up, buddy? Yeah, I definitely gotta get me some Mad Catz rods, man. Definitely. But then again, I don't really need no more rods. Even when you was joking around about all the rods I had, Aaron, uh, it was like I've got so many rods, I don't even use half of them. I don't, because I can only use 3 or 4 at a time. And I ordered them all when I was actually working, because I was working 70, 80 hours a week and getting double time. And my average check, because I don't have a good job. I don't get one of them jobs where I make, $25, $30 an hour, you know. Uh, so I was making all them extra hours. I was clearing $1,200 a week, or right at $1,200 a week, because I was getting double time and everything else. And I went on a shopping spree. You know, I spent $1,500 on gear. I bought a bunch of new reels. Uh, During Catfish Conference, I ordered 3 flathead rods. Right before that, I ordered 3 9.5 foot Whisker Seeker rods. Uh, but heck, I don't need all that right now. Not at one time. I basically got them all as backup because I'm waiting to break a rod. I'm waiting to break a rod. I know it's coming. I know I'm gonna hook into something that's gonna wind up breaking one. So when it does, I got a backup. You know, I ain't gotta go waiting for another rod to come in. I've already got a backup for it. You know, if I break a flathead rod, which I haven't seen one break yet, but if I break a flathead rod, I got 2 more to replace it. I'm going. I'm good to go. Yeah, it was awesome of her too, Dan. It was. She's a sweetheart. She honestly is. That's why I was trying to help her for the 7-7 because she was asking me about gear and stuff, about tackle and rigs and stuff. Because I asked her, I was like, what size hooks you got, what size weights you using, and everything else. And she's like, well, I think I've got a couple 3-ounce weights. I got a couple. I'm like, no, no. You live way too close to me to not have good gear. Especially when I did go on my shopping spree and did all the stuff I did, because I love these the Team Catfish double eye hook, circle hooks. I love these hooks. I honestly do. Well, see, that's what I did, Dan. That's exactly what I did. I paid off all my bills. I paid off my credit cards. I paid off everything, and I had this. I got my house payment card. Everything was in the green. I'm talking was golden. And I told my wife, I said, I'm working 50 hours a week. I mean, 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week right now. Uh, if I can't spend $1,500 on myself on my credit card that had a $5,000 limit and I only owed $100 on it, so I had $4,500, $4,700, $4,800 free to use. I said, if I can't spend $1,500 during Catfish Conference to order gear, then what the heck am I working 60 and 70 hours a week for? There's no reason for it. I shouldn't be killing myself working that much if I can't have nothing to myself. But I went down. Walmart was talking about getting rid of their Team Catfish stuff, and I was like, well, before y'all can get rid of it all, I'm buying all y'all's hooks. I went down and I bought like the 8-aught and 9-aught double action hooks. I think I bought 18 packs at one time. And for the longest time, every time I was walking into a Walmart, if they had any, I bought them. I bought every pack they had. So at one point in time, I had a stack about this big of just hooks. And then, I bought 1,500 yards of line in each color. Uh, Bought like 6, 8 rods. Well, total of 12 rods, I think. Uh, 14 reel or 10 reels, something like that. 10 or 14 reels. I can't remember what it all was. It was crazy stuff. I wound up going a lot more than $1,500. I think I wound up putting $2,000, $2,500 into all of it, but most of it was sinkers and hooks and stuff like that. Oh, that's me, Joey. I mean, $1,500 is nothing on fishing gear. It's honestly not, especially when you're working as many hours as I was working. I mean, I was working, like I said, 60 to 70 hours a week. So, and the price of everything is so expensive. I mean, seriously, it is. I mean, those Team Catfish hooks I was buying, you only get 3 of them in a pack, and that pack is like $5 a pack. So it's like $15 for 9 hooks. I might lose 9 hooks in one night easily. Done it before. There's certain things I don't skimp on as far as quality wise. Now I will come out here with some cheap old Berkeley big game line because ain't nothing wrong with that line, and a cheap Zebco 808 rod and reel. I don't give a crap. Don't care. Don't have to be an expensive rod. But I don't like going cheap on my hooks because I've had too many hooks break and straighten out. If I gotta spend an extra $2 to $3 on hooks, I will spend that extra $2 or $3. Best believe that. There ain't nothing worse than hooking into a 40, 50 pound fish, getting it about 20 foot from the bank, and then it getting off, and then you pull your rod in and your hook straight. Ain't nothing worse than that. Cool. That'd be good, Dan. That's the truth, hog leg. That's the truth. Usually I don't have to get hung up out here to get to catch flatheads. Usually I can be fishing out here like I am right now and nail one. They usually come right up to me. But if I'm targeting flatheads, actually targeting them, like right now, the whole night I've had a flathead rod out, and I've got it casted by a brush pile. But if I was targeting them, strictly targeting flatheads, best believe I'd be probably 30, 40 yards down this bank, sitting on top of a tree. And it's so bad over there, no exaggeration. If the water ever goes down low enough for that tree to come uncovered, I can guarantee you, no exaggerations whatsoever, there's at least 70 to 80 pounds of lead on that tree. At least 70 to 80 pounds of lead. I know because I put about 50 to 60 pounds myself. Because I usually fish with 6 to 8 ounce sinkers. And when I'm fishing my flathead spot, the way I look at it is, once you cast out, don't expect to get that rig back. If you don't have a fish on it, don't get that. Don't expect to get that rig back. You ain't. It ain't happening. You cast out and you pray you get a fish. If not, you know you ain't getting that rig back. Well, see, that would be a prime flathead spot, Dan. That would be a prime flathead spot. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some in Bass Pro Shop, Jody, that are some of the 10-aughts that are nice. I usually stay away from all those. I honestly do. I'm like I said, those king catfish, them things. I use them in my garage when I'm working on stuff because I had one that the tip got straightened out. It didn't get straightened out by a fish or nothing. I slammed it in the vise or underneath the vise, and it got crushed, and the point was broke. And I've used it because I have to have, when I'm working on stuff, to hook things and everything else. And I guarantee you, I put 200 pounds, 300 pounds on one of them team catfish hooks. Easily put 200 pounds on one. So I know they hold up. They're just expensive. I heard that, Dan. Yeah, I mean, I love my dang team catfish. It just gets to the point to where it gets ridiculous when you can't go find them anywhere. And I don't know about y'all in y'all state, but I know here Walmart is getting rid of all their catfish gear. I don't know what it is. I went into 4 Walmarts in my state in the last month. They have no catfish rods, No catfish hooks, nothing. I've got a B&M Silver Cat rod. Uh, just not the Magnum, just a regular Silver Cat that my wife got me for my birthday it was my birthday or for Christmas last year, and Walmart had 26 of those, and they're nice little rods. I was talking to the guy up there the other day. He goes, "Oh, we don't carry those no more." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we don't carry those no more." That's what you do, Dan. Use one of your hooks. Come on now. I can promise you, you ain't gonna land anything big enough to straighten that hook out. It ain't gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Yeah, it looks like something's pulling on that blue rod because it's bouncing away too much. I mean, it's literally moving this much now. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if it's a flathead out there messing with that channel cat or not. I'd be glad if he'd actually take it down. Well, see, I'm the same way, Hog Leg. I actually, believe it or not, I've got a rod and it's in my garage. I started painting my rods with fluorescent paint 20 some odd years ago. 20 some odd years ago. Uh, and I've always used white light on them. And I was working, the last job I was working at was at Bath and Body Works. I was packing for Bath and Body Works. And they have blue lights. They're not black lights, they're blue lights, and they're not even UV. Yeah, I believe it, Dan. Them hooks are huge, but you ain't straightening one out. I can promise you that now. But yeah, I started looking at the blue light that they had at my work when I first started working up there. And I'm like, you know what? Every time I stick this orange container under this blue light, this sucker just glows. And I was like, oh, I need to get a black light. Sure enough, I went on YouTube and everybody's got black lights. They didn't have them a week before I realized, hey, let me get a black light. The next week, everybody was talking about get a black light, get a black light, get a black light. I'm like, that ain't original no more. That ain't original no more. That's why I switched over to the eel wire lights. One, they light up and they look pretty and the colors are different. And two, it's something different. I mean, there's a few people that use them. I'm not the guy that come up with the idea of using them, but not too many people use them anymore. They used them once or twice and then stopped. I'm gonna keep on using them. I actually bought lights to put inside the Zevco 808 because the whole top half is clear. And I was trying to find a light to go out inside there bright enough to do something, but it ain't worked. Because I wanted to light it up. Now they used to have a what was it? It was a Zevco. I thought it was the Boss Hog that did light up. I got my brother one of them and had an alarm on it and everything else. It was a nice little rod. Um, he didn't get to use that rod. Somebody stole it out of his house, but it was stiff. I guarantee you it held up to anything, and it had the alarm on it. It was nice. No, you wouldn't need a sinker. You would definitely wouldn't need a sinker. Yeah, Berkeley's got a light up rod. Yeah, they've got one, but Zipco had one too. Um, the problem with the Berkeley one though, when I was told, is a lot of times it'll go out the first time you use it. First time you catch a fish on it, it won't work again. I know I was gonna go buy one, but if it's gonna cut out, I'm not messing with it. I've got to wire up enough stuff and fix enough stuff. I don't need to fix something I just paid money for. Well, y'all, I'm gonna have to call this stream here in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll give about 4 minutes. I was supposed to already been home. I know the wife's asleep, so it don't matter, but they ain't biting anyway. If we was gonna have another fish, something we done took one of these rods down by now. We've been sitting out here way too long. We've been live for 6.5 hours. Yeah, they ain't if they ain't hit it by now, they ain't going to. I still think there's something out there messing with that live bait, that live channel cat, but it ain't gonna commit to it. I don't think. If it was gonna commit, it would have done it by now. You would think. We've only had a couple small hits on the other rods since that big fish, since we caught that one. We've only had a couple decent hits. I mean, the Tech 9 rod got two decent hits, and the green rod had a small hit. But other than that, we ain't had no major hits or nothing. My phone's about to die on us, y'all. I'm down to 12%. Well, y'all, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now because if I don't, my phone's gonna go out before I can get well. You know what I can do? Because I'm still gonna have to have my phone lit up to do things. Give me a second. Oh, wrong one. That's my light. All right. Plug it in there too. Now my light done went on high. It's all good. I need to use it to clear it up. Hey, we're going back up. God, that light is bright. God. Ernie Brown, what's up, brother? Thank you for coming in. Dang, it's still too bright to see anything. I will, Hog Leg. I'm gonna be safe going home too. Like I said, I live about 5 blocks up the road. My worst part is trying to get up and down to this hill. I got enough light with these lights on right here to where I can light it up. Normally when I end my streams, I don't even have my ring light no more. My ring light's usually already totally dead. So I've got to. That's got to be something that's that flathead rod. There's no way that fish pulling that rod that much. But yeah, I mean I've got light to see to get up out of here, so I'll be good. And as soon as I get up this hill, it's basically almost a straight shot home. Almost a straight shot home. Most danger I got to deal with is my wife when I get home. Especially if I walk in the house with these muddy shoes and these pants. Yeah. Then y'all might not see me for a while. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call this stream, y'all. Go ahead and call it quits. We're rolling up on the 6 hour and 40-minute mark. I honestly hadn't planned on staying down this long, but it just feels so beautiful out here. I didn't want to leave. I had some great people in the chat. The whole night I've been running, 12, 14 people, the whole night. Good conversations. I'm not sitting out here burning up. I'm having a good time. Exactly, Dan, relaxing. Because I know as soon as I go home, it's stress again. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call this streaming in. I appreciate everybody coming in. Hopefully I can get back out here and do this again. Frustrations, what's up, brother? We getting ready to call it, but we only got one tonight. Oh well, we had three. If you want to count the two small ones. Caught about a half-pound channel cat, about a pound and a half, 2-pound channel cat, and then I landed a 22-pound blue. I think the 22-pound blue is about 2 hours back. We ain't had no major takedown since. So we gonna call it. I appreciate everybody coming in and hanging out with me, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace.